Right, folks, good morning. Who wants more Europa Universalis? I bet we all do. I don't think there's a new update to the 1.0.8 today. Sunday after all. Guys gotta rest. But we don't. Because we have colonies that we have to turn into our market strength. Which of course is gonna mean more money to make more money. But now that we got a few colonies already set up and ways to grow them, 96%, let me get this before I'm flashbanged. The dogs behind the barrels are pretty cute. What if I just did the entire stream like this, with the round sunglasses on? Be cool Santa. So, let's see what we got after last night. We took Tunis away from Tunis finally, which is a better way of getting control of the Tunis market than simply asking for the market as part of a peace deal, which transferred it to nowhere Cunny Honey. I gotta figure out how to destroy that. I don't need a market center in Cunny Honey. The orientation of our two Sicilies points this way. Capital Napoli. We now got a little Mediterranean triangle here for a core region. And colonies pointed out towards the west. The clergy's building a carpenter's guild. They're constantly building facilities that help me out. 98% of Tsushima, just waiting forever for Chitagayas and Catatumbo to finish. 80% Magua. 65.68% Ajukru. Turns out that picking a heavily populated area is slow going. Let's see. We can ask for money. Hungary, we got 16 favors. We are building favors, right? Cannot curry any more favor, limit of 25. We owe them 70 or 37, so we can't get any more out of them. Maybe I should start currying favor with the Pope? Owe to us 14, owe to them 17? Favors owed to us plus favors we owe them. So we can't natively build up towards 25. But we could ask for more settlers. Who is suffering a population drain right now? Scala, Menopele, Fermo, Genoa. We'll send guys to Genoa then. We're also still currently 0.15 over our cultural capacity. I just had to be the nice guy and embrace Tunisians as an accepted culture. As a tolerated culture. Accepted culture's limit is misnamed because it's counting all of my tolerated cultures too. Money is what should I start with? Building up more of my economic core in the homeland? Or should I start building up the RGOs out of my colonies? The tobacco, the cocoa, the chili, the more tobacco. Local army organization and colonial subject. Peasant estates happier, raw material output better, population growth gets a small bonus, and +1 possible government reform means that that's basically free. Oh, we love them and they love us. And they have all 9 current institutions. That's probably why colonial nations on the Reddit have been known to, like, start in Brazil and then spread out to Canada, because they have the New World institution and thus know how to explore and colonize long distance. South Congo currently being explored. What if I want to send an explorer out to maritime Canada? Tragically, I seem to be unable to use Cape Verde as a launching point for explorations further afield. They're within range, but it only wants to do much closer locations, which don't have enough liquor. I wonder if anybody else had a similar problem in the Reddit. No locations available to start constructing the exploration is 1. EU5. Trying to support east of Siberia, cannot get any exploration started because no locations available to start construct the exploration. Name, market, distance to target area. Have to border the regions you explore, which is realistic for early exploration. Same with the Americas. Border the provinces, but no cookie. Was able to explore some in Kazakhstan. Having the same issue. Sounds like a bug, or maybe some kind of tech is missing. See, I am very confused because all these explorations out here and out here were launched from Cape Verde. So Cape Verde has been able to explore outwards, and then suddenly wasn't midstream. Colonial range is 3,350, which is huge. Naval range is 12,050, or 1,250, which is also pretty big. We do get some red on the return trip, though. So I guess it does behoove me to colonize up here. If just for the chance of increasing my naval range. More naval range is never a bad thing. Great Plains of Louisiana? I don't know about that. Bermuda area. Georgia. Sahara Oasis of Maghreb. We could explore more of Maghreb now that we have inland exploration available. Texas. Canadian Atlantic Coast. If I were to launch from here... See, now I could use Fogo. Fogo's got a distance of 1,000. So I wonder why... I don't know. It's very bizarre to me. But Fogo's basically the best place I got to launch off explorations. And the Antilles are a whole lot closer to Fogo than Maritime Canada is. But no dice, I can't choose them. So I don't know how it's being calculated. But as long as we can explore... Let me see. Western Sahara... I should focus on places I want to colonize, though. So this is a good area, because I might want to spread my guys out this way. This could be a good area, because I want to increase my naval range. This would be cool to see what's back there, but it wouldn't matter insofar as places I want to expand to, so I should curate my resources better. Annexation still stalled. Currently 1 at 25, I need 150. I could improve opinion by an extra 9, which would bring them to 30. 34 or so. What could I do to make them like me a little bit better? Fleet basing rights would give 10 extra opinion. Food access gives another. Let's give them food access, fleet basing rights, and then try to raise their opinion. We'll do improve opinion first so we can get it ticking. Then February and March, you gotta remember. Okay, let me play hookup first. Marry these two off. Diplomacy between nations affected by random factors, yada yada yada. 2 more diplomats. Or every neighboring country gains 20 opinion. To include province? To include province. You just cracking my door open, let the cats in? I don't even see a cat there. You just cracking my door open to be rude? Aware of the maps of Western Sahara, we reap the benefits of exploration of the Crown of Castile. They just gave that to us for free. Looks like France is getting devoured by Morocco here. Occupy. Oh, France. You're fighting Morocco and losing? No, Castile is fighting Morocco, and France is helping. And France is getting caught in the crossfire. Nice of them to simply offer their maps for free. I'm not going to do the same. I want to enjoy my monopoly on the New World. They're going to finally discover that there was a new world to the west. And they'll send boats over. They'll send explorers. They'll send settlers and colonists. And they will find a bunch of Italians and some Italian-speaking locals. Who's unhappy? No, and commoners. Commoners are unhappy too. I can understand the nobles being bitches. But I've really lost the plot if I can't keep the commoners happy. Also, I like how the nobles are now barely paying any tax now. Maximum tax of 43%. They don't have much power compared to me. Tribes have no power, but they still have no maximum tax either. They got no tax. None. Wait, it's March right now. 48. Let's give them food access. And that will resume the annexation of province. To complete in very short years. Still over the culture capacity limit. Hopefully, a legacy of Normans giving plus 10% culture capacity should sort it out. That'll be July of this year. South Congo discovered. Alright. Philippe, what have you discovered for me? Wild game. Some ivory. Lots of fish. There is lots and lots of ivory, though. I say lots and lots. It's 1, 2, and 3. They are spread out. Unfortunately. We do got 2 sources of ivory here. Some gems. But the gems don't excite me as much. And how are they split, province-wise? They're all split up. We got... What over here? So, 1 ivory source in Wheela. Another one in Babalunda? Lundu? And the final one all the way up in Malingo. So if I want to merge them over, I would need Owambo and Damara to merge with Kunene and then Wila for the closest one. So I could just make one big guy here. Okay, so let's explore back here then. If I could hover over it, it'd be nice if it could put the name and not just Terra Incognita. Okavango is only 29 months away. Okay, Philip, you're an intrepid African explorer. Delara. Is there a Delara you can marry for the lulz? Anju Caitlin is my granddaughter. Which side of the family do you fall on? Lajos's? Yeah, there's Anju Caitlin. With some fairly decent stat. 48, 58, 69 counts as fairly decent for now. Carol Lee has his expensive education. Prodigy him. 42, 28, 31 by 6 years old. That's not bad. So maybe the next generation will go better. Canadian Atlantic Coast time. That'll finish in 3 years. Tsushima's almost done. Join ally in war because of favors we owe them. With who? Austrian war? There's not even anything very sexy in here. There's no Ferrara joining in. Pope doesn't want in on it. I guess I could help out. Only have 37.84 of our army levies in Terra del Moro, need 50% to raise some. Well, we did just finish off in Tunis, so let's wait for a little before we join proper. Culture capacity did indeed put me back under for accepted cultures. 2.14 out of 2.2. For my tolerated Tunisians. I gotta bump up my assimilation rate because I'm spiritualist. We get such a penalty. "69 works of art. Milan Cathedral is considered a masterpiece. And 59 more works. 0.1 monthly prestige. 0.1 cultural tradition. I do see 0.12 here, but that's because I'm sitting at 1 whole prestige. So, currently, reinforcement to battlefield, to range to lazaretto, to trade advantage to higher cost, to possible government reforms +1. I don't have any government reforms right now that I care for, do I? And we could actually do Admiralty now. I guess Admiralty would be kinda cool if I just made sure that the people I want to lead are put as admirals. The ruler is also the superior commander of the navy. Where other states have a fleet, this fleet possesses a state. Cheaper navy maintenance, navy tradition, and progress towards naval is really sexy. Maybe if I get better counter-espionage, I'll stop losing good heirs to hunting accidents. Fixed vassal obligations. I mean, I guess if we're the type of country that has an expected, legalistic, rule of law thing for how we and our vassals are expected to maintain a relationship, and it's not just, oh, we're a European warlord taking over lands, pay tribute to us, and they'll like us better. Plus 15 isn't bad. It'll ensure my colonies stay above. Colonial range and progress towards outward. It's a very small bonus, though. Five loyalty of subjects. Decentralization and better tax efficiency. Harbor administration needs 50 towards naval. -5 naval maintenance, progress towards naval. And proximity. I like harbor. Research progress, institution growth, innovative. Research progress means it can get more research. But we can't do this because humanist is my hard cap. Innovative, I got 60 innovative. It's just humanist I'm never going to get because of spiritualist being as strong as it is. My navy right now is at 18. I can't push further than 0.09. What else could I do to help? Army traditions -1, army maintenance is -0.05, army size, navy tradition, we got little navy experience. So size of, so it's basically a tug of war between size and maintenance of army and navy. So if right now I put my army maintenance to nil, then that'll help our navy value, yeah? Currently 18.38, can't push further than 11.54. What else would help? Admiralty regime is a lot. Mandated Navy service. Sailors and progress towards naval. Military shipbuilding, government reform. Amphibious specialization policy. Army doctrine law. We could do superior firepower, artillery power 10%, large standing army. But what era is this in? Because I don't think we have this. No active policy. It doesn't say when it's from. Navy audits policy, maritime law. What do we have for our current maritime law? Because we do have one of those. We're on protect trade routes, which gives happier burgers and a slight trade range. It's alright. Shipbuilding speed and capital economy is a little bit better. I should do navy audits. Cheaper navy maintenance and progress towards naval. Next Senato. Okay, Hedvig. Which side of the family you're on, Nobles? You're on the noble side. Eh. It's not counting mothers anymore. Father, no mother. Catelyn, let's pin you here, because your father's going to inherit soon. And I am 56 years of age. My mother died at 71 years of age, so who knows how long I'm going to live, because prior to her, died at 69, died at 63, and in food agreement, but they're still at 52, so it doesn't matter. Hi. Look at all those cans, Toasty. Toasty on the bed back there. Hi, Toast. Ended up pinned in bed today because I both Toasty and Onyx laying on my legs. What's going on here? Duchy of Brabant. Owns Ipswich, Lowestoft, Yarmouth, Laverton. Plus 37 for Napoli, for Genoa. Well, I got all this money. Let's put more RGO to Ivory. Not enough tools in the Loa Pinda market. Okay. So our African colonies aren't going to become super profitable yet. Tobacco, we can grow some more. +1 for tobacco still being built. Cocoa, just squeeze them out. Even if they don't have all the people for it. In fact, just max them out then. 2 + 2, 2 + 3. And there's all my money. Oh, you see that? We don't see what's in here, right? That's unknown to us. It's one single location area. But if I hover over Castile, surprise, surprise, they own it. I don't see any such highlights in the new world so far, so that's good. That means we still have the monopoly there. 99.62. Got the Tumbo almost done. They're finally making headway into the mountains. Magua also nearly complete, just need Mocha left. Speaking of which... well, I guess I don't have too many... Look at that! Look at this! Triple tobacco! Triple tobacco and amber right there. It'll take them forever to fill these RGOs out, but that's gonna be alright. What's this? Construction goods missing. Tayuna Market. That's over here. Either way. Oh, we could have it join Havana. We don't need to have separate colonial colonies here. We can make it all join Havana. That's kind of cool. Should I have it all join Havana? Or have it be its own separate thing? I think I'll let this be its own separate thing. And then I guess if we really wanted to, all this could join Havana. And then maybe a bit over there. Because islands do make it difficult, right? The ocean distance makes it difficult to maintain proximity to capital. I'll just make it its own separate thing. Oh, no. Oh, that was Magua. I was so excited for this one. Because I was thinking, alright, this could be its own separate thing. I can merge Hispaniola and Havana. That's not too far away. How far back am I? October 1st of 1498. Okay, let's do that then. Let's go back. I just have my colonies mixed up, alright? That's the only reason I'm going back right now. That makes me such a good colonial leader. Getting my kids mixed up. Come on, game, I know you want to flashbang me. Okay, if it's Magua. And Magua's over here. That's not too bad for distance across water. So we'll let Hispaniola join with Cuba. See, I was confused why this stayed to Sicily. It's like, wait, this is a tiny bit of... No, that's empty. Okay, good. They got it off the gold. Now the most developed part is a lumber area. That's okay by me. +1 to amber, and then tobacco. We're gonna be in the money, Cracking on Tunisians. Pound Lock Canal. They're just giving me so many things, that's also pretty good. Local proximity cost -5 and food production's up. The clergy actually have my back. They're the estate actually doing the best good for the state. So, in a year's time, they will allow us to white peace out, and I think I will do that. Hungary. We're progressively building up more favors every time they use a favor to call us into war, I feel. Ulysses. A strong, bold name. We got 2 Andrew Catlins, who I am not going to marry out yet. One Andrew Catlin is my granddaughter on my son's side, with the 69 Marshal. The other Andrew Catlin, not her line, my other son maybe? Margarita, Lajos, little Robert. This side of the family is remarkably mediocre. I don't mind giving them just balanced educations. Slow. Pious? Rowdy. I thought that was like hands in prayer, not fist up. Setting off to Okavango. Academia, military hegemon, and cultural hegemon once more. Do they even know who Great Yuan is? Still can't ever abdicate. Well, now the only issue is we lack the prestige. Huh. Are our stats that bad? Well, also because Crown Prince Anjo Lajos is a boy. Him being a boy makes it much easier to abdicate. Diplomats at max, we got no favors from anybody else right now. Heated debates from violent. Scottish University Milan have fled to Parma to establish a rival learning institution there. Milan alumni make up a sizable portion of the Sicilian clergy. They're petitioning us to clamp down on this education rebellion. Encourage it. Clergy go to 48. And they start constructing a university in Parma. 40 clerics migrate from Milan to Parma for the next 60 months. Student protest for 1 year. Instruct the refugees to return to Milan. Get the same student protests. I think I'll let them build their university. Is that a free university then? It doesn't give a cost. Either way. Well, if I side with the clergy, that's 10 years of student protests. Hey. Giving Toasty his food. He's not gonna eat in bed, he's a good boy. Free university. Colonies Tsushima. See? This one's far enough away from Havana that I wouldn't consider joining it. Doesn't even give the option. New colony it is. Hey, and it joined all the region. I was worried about that because of how it got cored up after the noble insurgents. A new colony in Tsushima. Alphonse Frederick and a ship had been stuck in the open sea of the Canadian Atlantic coast for a while. No wind, no wind nor current to propel them. Supplies are starting to run low and the crew's becoming more and more agitated. Some of the animals they got with them have been eaten or thrown overboard to alleviate the strain on water and rations. If nothing is done, who knows how much longer they can survive. Lose progress and become spiritualist. Do anything, lose 15 money anything. Albenga? Oh, this guy's actually on my border. I didn't realize. Oh, hold on. Now that I can't abide. So, 2 Catalines. There's my Cataline, where's the other Cataline? Our third cousin. So she's likely gonna stay with the noble faction for a while then. Pretty similar group, size-wise, but we have the cannon, we have the cavalry, and fully wipe them out. Glory for the D. Barcelona. Scholars have discovered ancient documents tracing the heritage of the Barcelona dynasty by Julius Caesar himself. Again? More legitimacy, more prestige, give me the prestige. And now we're draining prestige. Liberated, yay. There's no other gnats on my border, are there? No. We're not even anywhere close to the front line. I'd expect it would have come from, like, Austria to the eastern part, maybe. They came on down. Way out of their way to test me. So I'm allowed to white peace out now. Currently have -1 versus Austria. Hey, I kicked some army's ass. I'll just take the white piece. Bohemian, Bavarian war could interfere in. I don't care too much about that. Frederick came of age. Now bring him on home. 83 million, or 83,000 population dropping? How come? That's just because this tiny area over here had its was occupied for a bit, right? That's the only reason. We're losing some people, but not that much to make 83,000 a month. Yeah, see? And then next month's count doesn't have that big drop, that's just the occupation, that's nothing. Max up tobacco here. 3 tobacco. 4 tobacco, 5. I'm becoming the very thing I hate, the rich overseas power that wants the colonial vassal to do nothing but work on their cash crop so they could just buy food back from us. Would you look at that? My market's got greens everywhere. Phenomenal stats. It's a shame she's a noble. Polotsk is part of Sweden for a second because they share the same color. Back to being OK Cupid for a bunch of noble brats. I'm not even kidding. How's my expression looking? 1 more year for Southern Africa. 2 years still for Atlantic Coast. Now that I have no territory of my own, they're all colony nations here. Could I explore again in South America without having to go through poorer market areas? Atlantic Erminger. Lesser Antilles. Oh, it's back to alphabetical order. Sinu area. Let's try Sinu. See, now we can go from Fogo. The problem was it had a place closer by, and so it didn't want to explore from closer by. Or from further away, there's a place nearby me. So we'll do Sinu, we'll do this area. Sort by distance. Panama. It seems I could have explored further in if I was going from here, but we lacked the materials to explore. So, I guess no good anyway. Central America, Aridomerica, Maghreb, Great Plains, South Atlantic, Caracas. Let's try Caracas. $100 is more monthly progress. So hopefully they got some good RGOs here. And if I have to connect to the middle, That's perfectly alright, because that gives more stone, maize, beeswax, fish to sustain the populations there. Let's do more colonial charters too. What all else do we have? Gold, cocoa, ember. So, in Higwe, they have maize, copper, amber, cocoa, fish, fruit. They could add cocoa and amber. In Maguana, gold and lumber. Mountain is fish, wild game, cotton, chili. Chili's not too bad. Jaragua, cotton, fruit, chili, fish, dyes. Got some chili and tobacco here. Baracoa would get us copper, chili, fish fiber, iron, cocoa, copper. So they'll have iron. It's pretty good. Lumber, fish, fruit, cocoa, cotton, maize, cotton. Sand, beeswax, fiber, and fish. And fiber. So the same one. So right now, they do have lumber. We can give them lumber and iron. They're also getting iron from here. Okay, we'll colonize this part next. Colonial charter. We'll send people out from Tunis. We're going to take advantage of the exploit. The exploit that turns everyone from the source region into my primary culture and religion. Because that's how colonies work. Let's see, Napoli is still growing populations. So even though we start the charter here, people are still migrating from... We have people going to Sivadat, which is basically all of Verona that's left. Ferrara has become too powerful. Could I form a coalition on them? Our antagonism towards Ferrara greater than 50. So many Orsini's. We're almost out of debutantes. The balance is almost restored. I could stop playing OK Cupid for these guys. Another papal bull. For institution growth, I'm gonna vote no. I should also change my setting for... Where is it? What would it be under? Game? Game speed when low start, when war starts, just put a medium. Interface? GUI scaling? Okay, lock delay. We'll make it 0.5 seconds. before the tooltips are locked. The unlock delay. Yeah. Input lock setting. Alright. There. I just want the tooltips to be faster. Chances are, if I'm hovering over a thing to expose the tooltip, I kind of want to look into it. Portugal's got a colony out here now. Giovanna, Federico. Now there's some other boys who passed through without getting married. Orso Orsini somehow slipped through the cracks of the dating game. Oh, we're running out of girls now. Okay, you can marry the other Catalin. Catalin the Lesser. Clement de Savoy. Charter we founded in Damara here, right? We'll join a Wumble. Maybe we'll send an explorer out this way now. We're still making loads of money. These places are costlier to explore, time-wise. Southern Africa we could send exploration to. Southern Africa coast. Okay. From Gran Bassam. Man. We'll see if they even have Lower Peanut if it doesn't. If they have the tools they need. Or if we're gonna get the warning, warning, we don't have enough material here. Burst of administrative thought. Our country's thinkers, encouraged by the open-minded stance of our government, are engaged in a burst of thought in the area of administration. 10 years of more efficient cabinet. Let's see, got Baracoa growing. They got salt here, lots of salt, lots of wild game. I guess it wouldn't be the worst to start spreading more this way. We could connect Owambo to Kunans, or maybe to Namibe. They do have a higher population in Waila. I guess to balance out the fact that that's where they got the ivory. So we could go next door. That'll connect the sea. It's a smaller province, so it won't take as long. And the population's pretty sparse there. Small fruit fly in my face. Fish, game, and tin. Tin wouldn't be unwarranted for him. We can give him more tin. Tunis losing minus 29. Send more from Tunis. Zitchi Margarita. Can't believe. Margarita be a Zitchi collaborator. Setting off to explore Sinu. Alicia's come of age. Couple of boys come of age. There's one married off. And now let's get your spouse. There's no spouse waiting for you. Another papal to vote on? You would think these things would be permanent. Antagonism received, drop it. I'm gonna be the poison pill to vote against everybody else. We can request an extra cardinal seat. Give it us 5 votes. We do have loads of religious influence, so I might as well, really. Clearly lacking in representation of our insight. Alright, let's do it. Let's get in the cardinal seat. We got one in Napoli already, evidently. We could put one in Genoa. Gains the event a cardinal seat for the 2 Sicilies. We'll put it in Parma. I feel like that's a pretty place to put it. And now I am worth 4 cardinals so far. Do they have to approve it? The Pope has graciously granted our request to receive a new cardinal in Parma. The construction of adequate accommodations for such a position has already begun. Starts constructing a cardinal seat in Parma for 36.9. More clergy food consumption, but it also gives local max literacy. Legitimacy is at 62. That's given us 6 great power score and more power. So great power score, huh? We're currently the number 8 power in the world. And it's still not enough to become a hegemon of any kind. The Great Wu was the economic hegemon, keeping it out of the constant France and Bohemia shuffling. Greater than 33 heavy ships. Do I gotta go back to buying a whole lot of heavy ships? Because I got 19 right now. Sitting in Tunis, drained a few of them away. I've also got 9 war galleys. Let's put a few more heavies. If I sort them by total strength. Let's put these guys in port for now. We've got plenty of Mediterranean galleys. War galley. Traditional we still have. What if we split them up for now? We'll put all the heavy ships in Gaeta for now. And then nothing but galleys here. And not a lot of them. 16 galleys total, 13 heavies. And I got some early carracks, some caravels. Here, we'll split them up by type. I have our heavies. Join over here. And our galleys join over here for now. Galleys all the way down. Lots of Mediterranean, a few war. A traditional still survived. I also don't have a lot of light ships anymore. Let's put them to port for a bit. Build more war galleys first. We'll build them to here. Build to fleet. Hold on, what's that button? Upgrade Navy to the latest technology for the price of 551 sailors at 191 gold. Reduces current morale to 0. 18 Mediterranean galleys to war galley, 1 traditional... We could do that? I didn't know. We could refit them to modern standards. Oh, that's very cool. That'll give me more war galleys right off the bat. So I guess I'll focus on my early carracks. There, just 2. Paolo Orsini, and it's Sonato time anew. Okay, Sonato, what did I want out of you? A law change? We'll start off in Napoli. Support the state, Azan. Increase ties to subject, Azan. Expand armory. What's a whole lot of armory buildings? That's the only noble one there is. And I think I do want to go for theirs for the head start. 5 plus about 17 would be 22. Plus 27, so 49. Then I could get my law change, and then we could scrounge around actually passing the thing. Or just sacrifice 7 stability. I could just choose to sacrifice 7 stability, and if I do that, less stability decay means more stability for the next 180 days. Happier clergies mean they'll grow up faster. Estate satisfaction, satisfaction recovery. They're already at 71, the burgers, though. But progress to plutocracy plus 10%. Or 0.10. We're currently at 0.7, 0.07. We're still so far into aristocracy, I mean. Minus 0.1 from land rights, minus 0.1 from auxilium et concilium. Central Council gives a minus 0.1. And then 0.1 from guilds, 0.1 from plutocratic ethos, 0.1 from burger controlled, 0.1 for regulated navy service. Which is the law that I want to change, I think. No, that's a different one. We could do elite training to sacrifice manpower for discipline and progress towards quality. It's gonna take ages to get us towards plutocracy then if we're still deep in aristocracy. Napoli. So, 0.1 plutocracy for the next 180 days would give us 0.6 sacrifice to aristocracy overall. Stability decay of minus 0.1 is currently decaying by minus 0.08. So that'd be a free 0.08 stability per month for the next 6 months. Higher manpower, don't really care about. Burger, satisfaction, and plutocracy. Let's get that plutocracy in. No. Put us to the armory. $49, and now we can ask for the law change. Demand for a new marketplace, a market village building in Ozeri, constructed instantly. Yeah, see? It's kind of difficult right now to scrounge up. So I'm just going to accept the sacrifice. Maritime law of protect trade routes. Navy audits to make my navy cheaper and give me 0.05 towards navy. Okay. Who's that? Salona? Athens got gobbled up by the Ottomans. My vassals are very silly, silly people. No colony here. Hey, 5 prestige and 5 support. Okavango is now explored too. Which means we now have more potential for inland colonization. There's more ivory up here. Iron and lead. Pretty big areas. Odanga would give us wild game, livestock, lumber, and salt. If we just go next door instead. Lead, iron, livestock, wild game, ivory, lumber, and fish. So this column would have ivory, ivory, ivory. Just going inward like this. As well as tin, iron, and lead for their needs. And then they could hook up from Shun to Malingo. So much for just doing trade posts here and there. Okay. We'll colonize Shun. Colonial charter, drawing from. We're still making 3,700 a month. Though Napoli is no longer in the top for population growth per month. We're still losing some people. We'll send the Florentines. Music has also gone very, very soft again. Since music keeps going very, very soft, I'm going to do my fix once more. Music volume all the way to 0, save. Open up Firefox, open up YouTube. Shuffle and loop. How much time do we have in our truce with Tunis? Because I don't mind eating up more of them. Truce with Tunis expires in 1502. 2 more years, and we could see about going against Tunis again. They currently enjoy being only slightly weaker than me. Their fleets are gutted, so every fight we would do would be on their turf. They got their 2nd and 20th Army here. 2,000 regular regiment infantry. 200 regular regiment infantry. That's most of their infantry. They have 3,600 of those. 200 cavalry, 100 artillery. I could bully them some more. Their current capital is over in Cosentina. Their capital is completely undefended. So the smart play would probably be to rush there, take their capital. That'll take areas around the capital too. And in war, the capital region is one that you cannot take unless it's occupied. So I could take the capital, and then we peel off these actual defended areas for free, basically. Gems, olives, sturdy grains for us. More of a bread basket. We could just go along the coast, take their gems and their rural food supplies, their iron and their gems and their iron and their rural food supplies. That might actually be a pretty not bad idea. We still have the castle in Tunis. So if they want to put those 2,000 guys there, they gotta fight us. Also potential levies of 27,000. Anybody else in my family want to join an order of chivalry? He already has. His kids. Can make Ketelin join one? Carol Lee, who's growing up a fair bit. 51, 44, 46. At 8 years old, he's on parity with Grandma. Strigolniki, Crown Prince. Crown Prince Andrew Lahos has been taking a strong interest in Strigolniki teachings. Strigolniki? That's a separate religion all entirely. Emerging in medieval Russia, Strigolnichevstvo is a reformist sect of critical of the established Orthodox Church. Condemn the corruption of priests, setting of sacraments, accumulation of wealth of clergy, who doesn't? Favoring a simpler faith focus on personal piety, the Strigolniki are a target by the Orthodox Church and state authorities. As heir apparent, he is of course expected to know all of our subjects, but perhaps not to the extent of discussing theology and hosting debates himself on Strigolnichevstvo. Leading members of the clergy have now approached Queen Eleanor de Barcelona to voice their concerns. They do not foresee a future for a crown prince in high governance if we do not force him to his senses. Crown Prince loses 10 administrative, diplomatic, and military ability. Holy shit. They really don't want me to have competent rulers. $55, $39, $45. We don't even have that many of those people in our country. If I sort by religious status of these religions in our country. If I sort by, let's see, presence of the religion in our country, 94.78% Catholic, 4.13% Sunni. Waldonesians make up 0.35, Nyesowa, African folk religion, 0.29, Akom, African folk religion, 0.24, and then Orthodoxy makes up 0.11, Zemi, Caribbean folk religion, 0.01, Judaism, 0.01, Kagan, African folk religion, 0.01, Bori, 0.01, Rogomiki 0.01, less than 0.01. Miyama less. So they're not even in country. They're not even in country and he's trying to convert. You done with this pie? Okay. Thanks for the cream pie. Losing 30 stats over a religion that doesn't even exist in country. I have the smartest boys, don't I? And now we're down to having more boys and debutantes again. -7 stability, I'm okay with that. Always eating his food in bed. I heard what I thought was scratching at the door. But it was actually just him over there. And red's everywhere. 50's okay. 69's alright. 54's alright. Okay, 16 more months for the Canadian Atlantic coast. I better not see any Spaniards up here by the time I get there. What's this? Close to being the target of an independence movement. Greater than 5% Islam population, currently 4.12. Okay, so this is about me having any subject disloyal, not allied, not at war, does not have a truce, not fighting a war together with us. Any religion belonging to the Muslim religion group has greater than 0 countries. The religion is not Islam. We're a kingdom or empire with a greater than 5% Islam population. Any neighboring country is of the religious group Islam. The Tunisians don't like the Neapolitan yoke. Queen Eleanor has fallen ill and cannot handle all aspects of ruling 2 Sicilies for the time being. More power to nobility? More power to the clergy? Happiness in exchange for power. Power to the burghers for 5 years? Or power to the commoners? The commoners have so little power as is. Oh no, they got 3.76 now. Now, since she is... So, she might be cruel, but at least she's a scholar. More innovative, more literacy. If we were to try to abdicate now, we just need the 62. Whatever excuse, we have our little son there. We just need to get more prestige. Oh. There's no warning that the annexation is once again for someone of less than 50 opinion. There. 1505. 4 more years. I feel like it was supposed to be 2 or 3. But I allowed it to get below 150 for too long. Hey, Toasty opened the door. Good on you, Toasty! Battle Leadership Law. Okay, let's do Battle Leadership Law. Free subjects, military tactics, and nobles hate me more than they already do. They're very nearly to not allowed to be tax hate me forever. Aristocracy not gonna do. Ruler general must be commander during war, yes. More legitimacy. Army, well, all I can do now then. Unless I want to get something to cancel out the noble estate satisfaction equilibrium. 0.05 for free subjects. Block lowborn commander, monthly progress towards aristocracy, but double the tradition from battles, and quicker noble estate satisfaction recovery. From a role-playing perspective, my desire for the nobility is for their privilege to be earned through blood as hereditary military leaders. So why don't my noble command, so long as the aristocracy penalty can be overcome? And it won't. Because it's serfs versus free subjects, but then aristocracy versus plutocracy. I could hold off on the battle leadership law then. We could just do ruler general for now. Must be commander during war. We'll give him a nobody army. And progress towards centralization. Centralization is already 52.65 out of a maximum allowed of 26.45. I don't need to do it, is the thing. I could hold off. Trade range over land, Lazaretto, trade advantage, hire artist, and then possible government reform. I've been sleeping on things that give estate satisfaction of 2 point whatever, 2 point whatever. Constitutions of Melfi give estate satisfaction 2.5 all across the board. That's everyone gets a 2.5. We could do Constitutions of Melfi. I'm looking at Age of Traditions first, because that'll be cheap and fast. Replace cabinet members cheaper. Stability investment cost to minus 5%. Estate power from cabinet positions minus 10% is also pretty neat. There's merit to it. Culture's capacity +1. A straight up +1. Clergy satisfaction. Local crown power. War with no casus belli costs cheaper. Now that I do want to do war with no casus belli, they're not wrong, it is the best casus belli. No casus belli is best casus belli. Peasant satisfaction. Peasants tend to be happier. They're not as gutted as noble happiness is. Foreign culture law. Culture capacity +1. Accepted culture cost cheaper. Pop assimilation speed. House of Parliament, on top of being permanent, gives crown power of 20%. Okay, so we're gonna get our Constitution of Melfi for 2.5 estate satisfaction for everybody. Then we'll head back down. To... Let's get that House of Parliament first. And then the possible reforms +1. And then down to Mercury patios, going through life expectancy, RGO size, trade range. No. We'll do cabinet positions. And power projection. And then go towards Mercury patios. And now this should finish this December. It's that quick. They've ended the food agreement just to slow down my annexation. The absolute bitches. Because they're so borderline, let's just up my diplomatic costs, my diplomatic spending. Would that make a difference if it's a PU? Same union, market access. Defended us prior is draining yearly, so the next neighbor and the defended us prior. Diplomatic move. Different societal values, shared societal values. They're making it very hard to annex at the tail end of their annexation. If I invite them to join a defensive league, It won't improve their opinion, I don't think. Hey, MP83, maps everywhere? Maps are everywhere. We got maps going down to the southern coast of Africa. We got maps going all the way up to the Americas. We got maps of Finland becoming entirely Swedish. We got maps for days here, MP. Yeah, sorry. That's the history we got going here now. Finland is going to be, at very best, Finno-Swede. So, less of a legacy about giants of men with their golden hair fighting off Vikings and Baltic pirates. More Moomins. We're gonna have Moomins for days. Could Curry favor? Defensive League may or may not work. Let me see what Defensive League does. A full member of our defense. Oh, what do you know? That boosted their opinion to 174. Alright. You know, maybe I should be inviting my vassals into defensive leagues, given my poor vassal in Athens keeps getting devoured by the Byzantines, by the Ottomans. The Ottomans and the Byzantines can't attack Athens because they're my vassal, they gotta go through me. But that doesn't stop Athens from being a little shit, attacking everybody else, and then getting devoured in the resulting peace process. They are a very, very silly vassal. Hey, Titties and Patriots is down to 0%. So let's set this guy over someplace else instead. Stability investment? We're not doing stability investment, we're doing integrate Tunis and strengthening government. Let's get more stability in. Marry a noble. How many youngins are left? Too many. Desperately in need of a spouse. Could have been wall yet for these colonies. And still playing as OK Cupid for the debutantes of the world. Hey, 12 months left for the Canadian Atlantic coast. France has spread so far, but their colonies are of a lower value than mine. The game is loud? But is it too loud is a question, MP. If I look at my bars here, then I got the game all the way up to the border of green to yellow, and my voice constantly peaking OBS. But there's also a secret here, right? My secret is that the game volume is actually really silent. If I had it up to 100, it'd be so quiet. So instead of having game audio, I just have it at 0 and have a YouTube playlist play the music for me. 5% too loud? Alright, I'll drop it a little bit further. It can get pretty bombastic at times. How's that? Now it's about this loud instead of this loud. Way better? Alright. If you say it's better at this volume level, then I'll keep it as such. It is pretty silly though, how the in-game music is as quiet as it is. The two problems here is the music density and the volume. The music density determines whether you get more music or less music. By default, it's at 20% to give some periods of silence in between songs. And of course the volume is its own issue. But they have a different way of doing the music in EU5 compared to prior Paradox games. Instead of simply having a music player that plays music, cycling randomly on a loop, what they have now is some new dynamic music player system that is supposed to kind of put fitting chunks of music, ideally looping into themselves, with crescendos and descendos, so that in less exciting moments you're getting softer, willowy music. In more exciting moment, it's a roar of triumph and excitement. But in practice, all it really gets is maybe you get 2 seconds of audible music and then it disappears. And you get 15 minutes of no music. And if you get music again, it's at like 2% volume. So you can hardly hear it because you're zoomed out on a map game, so the music doesn't want to be loud when you're zoomed out on the map game. So, their new system doesn't exactly work for fun music that you could hear while you play the damn game. They put all this effort to making really good music, but they don't want you to hear it. Big Johnson is back. Which one's Big Johnson again? That's not the hamburger restaurant, right? Annexation to finish. 4 more years. And at 173 opinion, they're no longer on the border. The boxer character that McCall had in The Champ for the Amiga. I think I might have missed that one. Somehow I think I let that one completely pass me by. The enemies on the horizon is funny. Genoa has a perfectly legitimate claim on Province Casus Belli, and I'm sure they do because Genoa is now mine, and the country that holds claim to Genoa is that. They've been kicked out of Italy. They're just sitting on a lump of the Pontus. They've actually got a town. They're working their buns off to make something of their town. They got all these buildings in it. They're actually a vassal of Provence. So once I absorb Provence in 4 years, Genoa is likely to become a vassal of me. A big weird career mode that had career mode saving system. Created the character, it got lost, and then at random he appeared again. Oh! Now that is exciting. Esports named his new Macintosh as that. Aw, that's a funny tribute. I'm not gonna lie. This is a boxing game with a create your own character kind of thing, right? Ever since getting into Extra Power, I have kind of longed for a similar thing for the wrestling world. Imagine if there was a video game about creating your own wrestler and like arranging his bombastic moves and gimmicks and all that, and setting him off on some kind of career mode. But if it was actually good, there's a game kind of on the periphery of that a couple of years ago. Crossed my radar, looked into it, gave it a peek. Not to throw stones too much, but Next Sonata, what I should do is I need to take more of Ferrara and Mantua, because if I want to form Italy and not just be the elongated two Sicilies, I've got the cities, I just need 27 more locations. And the biggest chunks are being held up by Ferrara. Pope's got a lot of land I could take, Mantua's got a little bit, Pavia has a little bit. Milan, the remainders thereof have some, but Ferrara I definitely want to take over. They're allied to the Pope, to Upper Bavaria, and to Mantua. They don't have as many allies as before. Guess who suggested the name of Big Johnson to him? I cannot possibly imagine, MP. But you and me both. Growing up, I was never big into wrestling. My friends in grade school were, right? They were typical boys who enjoyed watching wrestling on TV. They enjoyed watching South Park, you know. All the things that I didn't really care about. And so, even though growing up, right, was peak 90s wrestling, I never had much interest. I dated a girl around 2010 who was into wrestling, so I kinda cared a little bit about, like, Edge and what's his name? Mysterio, whatever. I didn't care too much, but I was more aware of it. But then leave it to Extra Power to really have so much enthusiasm for all their source material that suddenly wrestling starts looking cool. And so, if that little indie game whatever actually had a proper make-your-own wrestler, and not just here's a story character and maybe you could do Hulk Hogan, if it gave me the chance to remake Shark Kung Go, or Toyama, you know, quality wrestlers to emulate. But I'm not given enough credit around. Extra Power is a big, hey, actually this is cool. But also, the Yakuza games, for how much they like to draw in Japanese wrestlers, for some minigame and side story stuff for their better games. Albania is about time. Is it about time I start absorbing you? Before the Ottomans start absorbing this way too. They only like me by 50.55. If I improve opinion, we'll bring them up. Alright. Let's seek to absorb Albania next. What do we have here? Proposal of royal marriage from Lüneburg. Hugo von Diepholz to my little Cataline? No. We're going to wait until Lajos inherits, that she could be of the crown faction, and then properly does not belong to the ruling dynasty. Yeah, she fucking does. Literally my granddaughter, and the daughter of the crown prince. How's my family looking so far? Mediocre son because he had to take a -10 to every stat. Karoli, 9 years old, his stats are already better than dad's. Giovanni Asen di Bonascoli has got a nice surprise while exploring Sinu. A dog has appeared, alright. The Mutts Mutters do matter, only 14.42 to keep the dog as a pet. And get 0.10 towards monthly exploration. I'm not so destitute that I cannot afford the 0.10. That's a different Andrew Carrolley. I was confused because I just looked at Andrew Carrolley and he's like 9 years old. You may marry. We'll have you marry little Catelyn. Just to keep the name in the family. Now let me see. Advances. Constitution's gonna finish in a couple of months. Then we'll get that permanent House of Parliament, Lazaretto, trade advantage, possible government reform 1, cabinet seat 1, power projection. And then on to Mercury Patio. For now, it's been a couple of hours of stream so far. So let me give myself a BRB here. We'll set the map down to the proper orientation for Italy for the world as we know it. We're going to get exploration on the Canadian coast soon enough. Possible. No, we're not over here. We got the coast down here to finish up too. Some colonies developing. Going to want to work on turning those colonies into economic powerhouses. If you know trade, and you can make your trade thrive, then you could do pretty good in this game. I'm not quite there yet, but I'm imagining riches if I unlock it. So for now, I'm going to make some tea, take a pee, do a BRB, then back in a few. All silent. Did YouTube pull the hair you still hear thing again? Nope. Just between songs. Back with my hot tea for this cold day. What I would really want is some hot chocolate, but I'm all out. Used it all up during the early autumn. And now my store that normally sells a big 2-pound tub only sells the half size. For not all that much less of a price, just to fit the shelving space. But at least we have cocoa in our colonies. Cocoa in our colonies. More cocoa we could bridge toward. We're going to bring cocoa to the Italians and finally get my hot drink of choice. Where are the nobles at 50% and then minus 0.0? I can't cut your guys' taxes any further. It's obscene already. But my inflation's at 0. No point keeping it at 0. Minting through the moon again. So let's see, when it comes to Havana, what I should do create Casus Belli on my own colony now. Grant Fondico rights. To construct Fondicos at our territory gives them increased trade advantage in our market in exchange for a monthly fee. What am I looking for? Not access, subject, divert trade. Is what I'm looking for. Lose 50% trade advantage and trade capacity to the two Sicilies. Receiving divert trade, give us control of their merchants. Loses 33 loyalty to Overlord. I might have to start decentralizing if the disloyalty builds up too much and I get so many colonies. I could check their opinion, I could check their trust. I can't easily check their loyalty. Oh, it's right over here. Never mind. I could easily check their loyalty. 66.4%. So, it would cut it in half, and I'm already giving them loyalist support. Diplomatic spending does give a little bit more. Diplomatic ability gives more too. Power relative to Overlord, so if I'm simply more powerful, then they'll be more willing to adhere to me. Change policy for one of their laws. Force, okay. Press sailors will hate, send officers. Gives 5 loyalty, that's not so much. Support their military. Doesn't give any loyalty. Loyalty is a harder thing to manage. Opinion won't improve it. I mean, it kinda does. Subject opinion of Overlord, 9.31, because they have 93.11 opinion of us. Jump scare? What jump scare, MP? I would make a Foxy jump scare joke, but the plush is all the way over there. Let's improve their opinion. We can increase it by 220, which is overkill, really. When I started talking, think was the wisdom of the ancient says that I want to make. They don't have enough tools here for lots of stuff. There's an 11 demand for tools. Jewelers Guild give good profits. Stud farm, spinners, tool guild. There's only no locations available to build a tool guild in. Really? Oh, that's Magroya Market. Lower Pinda, Venezia, Tunis, Chani Honey. There, all markets shown. I think it's only showing in my country as why, not in colonies maybe? So it's not counting possible stuff I can make in Albania. Okay. But I could put a couple of tool shops here. And here, where they have their towns. Where's a map mode for... What is it? Location ranks? Country rank? No, that's country rank. Of the owners. Demographic stuff. Maybe there isn't such a map mode then. One that differentiates between rural towns and cities. Oh well, because they have a town here. Hanabana and none in Habana. Havana Colony, but their capital is not in Habana. They do have... They should have a town in here too somewhere. There. Oh, well. It's got the name right there, I could see it. I could see the square. So they have three towns? Let's start by building... Tool Guild. Requires iron, stone... Copper and tin? Well, there's different production methods. Iron, stone, or copper and tin. They do have none. Iron is just over the border here. Iron over at the far end of the island. But they have iron here. And eventually this will join up. So maybe one tool shop then. Just the one. Then I think they should build marketplaces everywhere, right? Trade advantage and capacity 2 owner. They've already got lots of RGOs. So they could produce more chilies for me, more tobacco for me, more cocoa for me. Can only be a maximum of 1. That makes it cheaper. Wharfs they also say are good, right? Trade capacity 1.0 or 0.1. I might be screwing them over, since this requires glass masonry, and then gems and such, lots of stuff they don't have. Iron from Burgos to Kanihani. How do I destroy my Kanihani market? Because it's kind of superfluous right now. And I've hardly been investing into the place. Banned imports. Banned exports. Automate trade, into outliner. No temporary demands. Market attraction. Here's a sexy 21.82. General market 21.03. Tunis market 32.02. Market value in Naples though 2,300. 3,000 in Genoa. I think it's gonna be a while yet till I learn enough about the trade to really master it. Five more months for Canadian Atlantic coast. There. Estate satisfaction plus 2.5 across the board. Will my nobles stop being prissy now? I could actually tax them a little bit. No debutantes for him to marry, the youngest is 40. Not exactly debutante by that point. Controversial protectionist. The one lose legitimacy or lose prestige. I'm at 72 legitimacy right now, but it's so much easier to gain the prestiges. Prestige has become the new stability, being the difficult currency to build back up. The wrath of the great pestilence is decimating all castes in Barajagua. Only decimating? That's not too bad. That's only 1/10. Even the holy men of our clergy are not being protected from the disease. Their loss is felt twice, as many villages no longer have anybody that can offer proper burial rites, dooming the newly dead to wander lost as vengeful spirits, and unable to cross to the great beyond. Help the clergy? For 1,000 money? Lucky that I have that right now, just on hand, for 2.5 stability. Or lose 12 stability, and commoners and clergy alike lose 15%. Damn! $1,000 monies. They really just ask for 10 months worth of recurrent income. Could they have brought this up before I started minting out the wazoo? Because that's kind of putting my inflation to waste now. I mean, Barajagua's not even doing that badly. They got 869 Neapolitans, 776 Kibone, 64 Tunisians, 10 Hausa. I got some West Africans. This is a very steep price for 2.5 stability. I think they might want to work on these scales some. If you go on the Reddit every single day, there's stories about how ridiculous it's getting to get. Where, like, the request of a new artist will end up being several times more expensive than building Versailles itself. I think an elegant solution might be to put a scaling scale on things. Like, they could have several tiers of high scale for things you want to be super expensive, like maybe building of a new palace. Low scale for things that should scale to cost, but don't require being several tens of thousand. And then maybe 2 or 3 tiers of a mid-scale. And then different events or things could be set to those tiers of scalage. So prices can go up and down, but not uniformly. Got more lands to explore out here, big chunks. Little chunks. And somehow all the chunks perfectly fit current political boundaries, so some feel too tiny to even bother with. But my concern with exploring out this way is my naval range. For the most part, our naval range is pretty alright. There's a little bit of rough weathering going westward across the Atlantic. But even if we take the faster currents going east, that is not within our naval range. Far away from the closest port. And so, that would be deleterious to us. If we put a colony up here, then whether it is good or bad, resources-wise, it'll be a closer port, and thus our naval range will extend this way. And we'll be able to maintain the health of our ships without losing them. Quebec area, Newfoundland area, New Brunswick, Acadia area, so tiny. The Atlantic Labrador area, Labrador Sea in Canada. We got loads of cash anyway. Let's send one explorer out to the Labrador Sea. I can't put it over in my not too far away from there, Cape of Verde. Well, in that case, will Habana actually have the things required? Or is it going to be another case of, oh, we can't do this exploration, we don't have the materials, not enough liquor? And so how about we send An explorer to the Quebec area. 96 whole months. Andrew Philip. And then I'll start getting alerts for, hey, we don't have enough material. $1502. 3 more years. 3 more short years. And then it bumped by 1. Nope, there it is, back to December. Luigi. It's been a while since we had Luigi's. A lot of our boys after preferred being... what? Roberts? We had Luigi's for a while, and now we have a whole lot of Roberts. Boys that can't marry off. Not now, Luigi. One girl grows up to be 16 years of age, and then 3 boys pop up saying, I'm 16 too, I'm also 16. That's how desperate they are. Italy has become a sausage party again. "17 more months for the South African coast. Still 3 years for Caracas. And I'm surprised. Launching my explorations for the Havana colony does not give us the you don't have enough resources here thing. Okay, this is just dumb. Either Anjo Lajos is being extremely open-minded. Fucking lose 10 again, he's already done this event. I'm gonna just reload, because he's already done the event. He's tried to become some weird thing, some weird orthodox heresy from all the way out in Russia, and then had to lose 10 to every stat because we said no. And now he's doing it again for Cathar. We already had a talk with our boy. We already had a talk with him. He shouldn't be trying to do this every single year. Paradox gotta put some weight on this. It's an early build of the game, hardly a month old. I'm allowed to do this when it gets a bit silly. That's the very reason why they keep patching the game all the time. I have to redo a bunch of marriages, but that's it. Canadian Atlantic coast discovered. Marry a noble. Do a couple of explorations. One to Quebec area. Launching off from Havana. Andrew Philippe is gonna head out. Another exploration we were doing, weren't we? Or was that it? Did we do one for... what is it, the Labrador Sea? I think so, yeah? Though, let's explore here first, because if we do put a port up around this area, we don't want to go all the way back down to come over. We want access to these sea zones. Atlantic Labrador area. Hey, Ajaccio isn't too far away. We could use our actual sources closer to home. And let's put a save here because my son is gonna be a big dumb. Luigi, Katarina, dead guy, dead guy, dead guy. I don't really care too much about them. Another girl born. Hop him over, marry him off. We've almost got access to Greenland. We have Iceland right over there too. Let me see. Iceland by now should have access to the New World, right? Somehow. Denmark does. But Sweden, Norway, Iceland do not. England also has access to the New World. So I'd be very surprised. I mean, I'm doing pretty good in beating everybody out. To Africa, to the New World here. For all I know, maybe there are English colonies already in the northeastern America. Anju Laszlo, which side of the family are you from? Philip's son? Little 10-year-old at 63, 59, 61. Look at all these kids growing up at the exact same time. The tragic thing is, if you don't do it this way, then you end up with no courtiers after a while. Or if you want to be a bit more, you know, surprised that colonization could be a two-way street, you got the people on Reddit like, why are there Native Americans or Native Africans in my cabinet now? Why is all of my courtiers natives? Because they don't make the effort of marrying all their guys together. Because if you don't marry all of your guys together, then much like Imperator Rome, you'll stop having guys. That was one of the disadvantages I had in playing Imperator Rome. Is that because it was a little bit more opaque, right? And trying to be like a combination of Vicky and Europa Universalis and Crusader Kings, but a very loose combination. And so it had the character stuff you had to manage, but it wasn't very good at it. After a while, I had like nobody being born into my royal family until I made more active effort in trying to get people married together, but by that point, the marriage pool was pretty slim. Policy for mutual defense in the defensive league? Sure. They're gonna get absorbed in 2 years anyway. Possible defense, I'll vote with them. Military arms always been a fascinating Fascination for men everywhere. They have turned this fascination into concrete ideas we could use. Army and Navy tradition. Colony. Azorogondo. For this bit down there is a tiny one. That one was never going to take too long. Absorb it into a wombo. And then we got this colony here to come down and join up. They went straight for the wild game. And what do they got next? Juhoansi? Wild game and then livestock. They want to be fed first. They don't want to eat lead. They don't want to eat ivory. And would you look at that? They're developing a new market of their own. Magorix is also in my colonies. My folks around Lake Maracaibo have not developed one of their own, though. That's still going off into parts unknown. New bachelorette to throw to the wolves. Too many death and birth alerts. Get out of here, I'm trying to play a game. I promise there's more to the game than people dying and people who gotta get hooked up. Oh, 6.23 inflation. I did kind of have my speed at maximum there. Back to 0.05. Now what should I do? Build more boats? Build more of my own infrastructure? '21 early Carracks. France is considered a hegemon for the Navy because they have 30 boats. But the problem is, they're not even considered on the list of great powers. Great Yuan has 0 heavy ships. King of Bohemia has 0 heavy ships. Bari Dawab has 1. Qingzhou has 9. Great Wu has 14. Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt is 15. I got so many more heavy ships. How does the Mamluks of Egypt have more great power than I do? Where's their score? Where's their great power score? Where would I see that? There's their own locations. Country modifiers. We're the number 9 power in the world. Could I see a list of great powers? 2 Sicily's number 9. Egypt. There's country modifiers. Is there a map mode for great powers? Country ranks. Rank 3 country. Okay, that's not it. Integration, stability, development, prosperity. Great powers. So it just doesn't want to count us. Number 9 power, Egypt. Number 3 power. Great power score of 554.9. Population scaled by control, power projection, monthly income, total trade capacity, stability from subjects gives 63. Exempt from forfeit, kingdom rank gives 100. Embrace institutions 9, prestige. $455 is not that far off from 554. Bohemia, 499. They're the number 6 power. They could be number 6 and still in it. Kingdom of France is number 4. 499. I have to beat 499. They're my immediate competition then. Number 2 great power, Barry Dewab with barely anything. There's got a population, that's it. Okay. How about I put more production towards my goods? Especially in the Napoli market. Balance of saffron is dropping because of so much demand. So I guess it'd be a good one to start with. Sort by the goods balance. We can't do any more incense, we have no incense. Fruits we're also short on. It's a full amount of fruits. So fruits is currently maxed everywhere it seems. No. Red doesn't mean max then. Where's the max for this one? 5 out of what? Out of 6, RGO level I see now. Out of 13. That one's maxed. And that one's maxed. Putting type per profit, maximum profit. Max out there, already maxed out here. Pargay is out down that way. We won't max you guys out yet, I want immediate benefit. Fiber, Caserta. We'll just max out Spoleto, max out Imola. Garertas is the Magorix market. We'll hold off on the colonies for now. Sugar. 8, 9, 10. And then Saragossa. Where's that at? Cunny Honey? Iron, eternally in more need. Sagua is our Magorix. We'll give it more. Wine remains good. Napoli could have 19 whole wine. All of my money going straight to RGOs, slowly learning the better tempo of the game. Zero affected locations for the Great Pestilence. So the Great Pestilence isn't doing so badly, really. It's not all that great. Stability, oh my goodness. Integration of Tunis is at a 72.29 now. I'm surprised it's going so quickly. And how's our naval spread now? 0.16 towards naval. Cannot push further than 16.41. It's gonna be so rough trying to become a naval power. Colony of Baracoa. To join Havana. Cool, cool, cool. Which means they have another town, right? Yeah, over in Guantanamo. They got a lumber mill, a mason, and a clay pit. It doesn't matter too much which the next place is for the colony, because it's gonna all join up anyway. Scared me there, I saw another colony being built. Havana Colony of Bayamo. They have enough people now that they're doing their own colonial charters. Isn't that cool? They're spreading on their own some now. So, since the Havana Colony is already putting out charters, 0 pops per month though. Cause they got 2 going at the same time, you dummies. I can't cancel it for them. Bani has gold, copper, maize, amber, cocoa, fish, and fruit. We'll give him Higoi next. I haven't got the money to make... Aw, 212. I've only got 2 ongoing colonial charters. That's not too expensive. Tunisian Patriots are back up, 0.34 a month. Who's gonna beat them out? Maybe we'll do... No, integration's not gonna beat them over there. Let's go back to cracking down on the Tunisians trying to rise up against my external rule. My no casus belli illicit external rule. So let's see, right now Ferrara has an alliance with Mantua, Upper Bavaria, and the Pope. If we do a war against Ferrara right now, we're much stronger than them in the ranking. The Pope will not join either side. Upper Bavaria will. And Mantua will. Upper Bavaria is no match for us. Mantua is no match for us. I think I could be a little bit happy with that. I got so many boats. They have 9 heavy ships, 11 galleys. Mantua very clearly has none. If we go against Mantua, they're allied to Ferrara, of course, Venois, Aquila, and Pavia. So it would be a much more intense thing. Of course, one problem is that I got rid of a lot of my castles along the border because the noble insurgents were going to make use of them. So all these castles disappeared. If I put some boats here, then I could basically prevent them from using their port here. They have 1 port here. And then the rest of their ports are up this way. And as are their fleets. Let's do some intelligence. See if you could find where their boats are. Because it feels to me like now is a pretty decent time to tackle Ferrara. That looks to me like the Ferrarese navy. Seven heavy ships and 1 light. 11 galleys. So if I put all my guys here to start with, we could take out their entire fleet at the start of the war. Force them back into harbor. There. "24 favors with Hungary. I need 1 more to buy a whole buttload of money from them. 3,476 with a single favor. I'm also their only ally right now. Two years. 2 years for annexation. So, we have a castle over here, and a castle over there. So I think that our western front is going to be alright. Ferrara has put a lot of their money to maintaining castles. I need to take enough of Mantua and Ferrara in order to form Italy. That's my immediate goal. 27 more locations. It's basically 90% of Italy to form Italy. Maybe 80% wouldn't be too bad, or even 75 or 60. And then, as Italy can get claims on every place else. Somehow they don't hate me right now. If we had 20 favors, we could force them to isolate from an ally. YouTube, I'm still here, YouTube, I'm still watching. Shoulder's feeling stiff right now. See what happens when we leave the house? Suddenly my body gets used to being out and about, and then sitting down makes it rebel again. Let's combine these fleets together then. They're both up here, aren't they? No, they're down over there. It lies about where it is. "11 galleys, 7 heavies." They have 11 galleys, 9 heavies. That's basically the majority of their army right there. Or their navy, I mean. I think I'm gonna do a foolishness. How much stability would I lose? If I do a no casus belli war, 22.29. I'd be at -2. I currently enjoy 1 extra estate satisfaction equilibrium and some pop promotion speed. I'm gonna do it! I think I'm gonna do it! Should I put a save down first? I'm gonna do it, I'm serious! Mantua will join, Upper Bavaria will join. The Pope is allied to the enemy and likes them too much. Hungary won't accept if I promise some land. It's still not enough. France lacks a border. Levy availability is low. How is my levy availability right now? 42,000? I'm looking at 64%, 74%, 68%, 80%. A total of 32,000 armies out of 42. Meanwhile, Ferrara has a potential levy of 17,000. And they're allied to Upper Bavaria, only has 6. I like his gesture cap, his furry gesture cap. Okay. I think this could be worth doing. We got castles here. We could take them on and start sieging down important areas. With our boats, we'll prevent them from even coming near us. I think it can be done. Get a decent naval officer here. And they've already got Navy maintenance up. Let's do it. yeah. Part of the purpose of getting that law, or getting that thing from earlier, the 2.5 to all equilibrium, is to cancel out if I lose noble estate satisfaction here. There's not really a purpose to my nobles if I don't allow them to own land and serfs, and if they're not even going to be military commanders. Monthly progress towards aristocracy goes against plutocracy, and plutocracy is already such a very minor burn that I cannot afford to lose it. We're at 77 legitimacy, which is a ton. Gives crown power, great power score. I could also use it to abdicate. But that requires... no, it's prestige that I require, not legitimacy. Either way, though, we got so much legitimacy right now that I could afford to lower my cost of court. Make a fair bit more money. It costs so much culture investment to make their prestige worth it. Hey, building subsidy is only 0.97. Potter's Guild aren't profitable. Missing inputs. Now that we have an actual source of ivory, nobody's complaining about not enough ivory. Fishing village is using actual tools. Now that I have a source of ivory, they don't want to be Arctic fishermen anymore. All these ravenous boys gobbling up any girl that grows up. We got so many that need wives. Okay. We're gonna do it. We're gonna go after Ferrara. I'll lose some stability, but it'll grow back up. The Pope's not gonna join. Upper Bavaria, Mantua's no problem. Want to take Mantua anyway. Verona, Leuchtenberg. Verona's like barely anybody, they don't matter. Rimini is also super tiny. That's basically just vassals. Vassals with no real armies of their own. Now let's go across the world and cancel out anything building that I do not need. We don't need these levies. And we definitely don't need these levies. Would you look at that, they're doing more exploration. Zimbabwe coast of San Pedro. So we still have the edge. We'll have a nice colony here while France is still bunny hopping around. And as far as I could tell, nobody made it to the real moneymakers yet. But are we lost? We lost one galley. We're of the escape too. We'll split this in half. And then send... Let's see, war galleys. Some carracks. We'll send it to here. Just galleys or nothing? They have no boats here, but that'll keep them out from that direction. Split again, and then one over here. And that'll basically be the entire Adriatic cut off for them. Of course, they are taking some attrition because of better build up here. So I should come back to port periodically. Just to resupply. Alright, now for the grand campaign. Let's get all these guys together at the start here. We'll get Modena first, and then work our way down. Tunis, you guys could stay put. One tiny boat. Alright. Maybe I could do individual pieces with some of these. Nah, not the vassals. No, Rimini we could. So if I do an individual thing with Rimini, could I take them out without having to end my war with Ferrara? Take out Rimini, and then keep this war going, take out Mantua, then keep this war going. That'll help us get more land here or there. France's economic hegemon once more. They're moving up to try and attack. Starting in Parma, are they? Which means I have to go so far around to try to undo that. But let's do it. It's necessary. Costanzo Bonifacio is looking pretty excellent. My little admiral. There are 11 boats over there in Phoenicia. But they're not getting out either way. $2,000 only coming up on this trip. What do they got here? All levies? Then this will be the relief. Bruno? Look at those phenomenal stats on Bruno. And there comes 16,000. Of the finest Ferrarese soldiers. Are they gonna go down to... They're not going anywhere yet. But it's all levies. They're hiring some mercenaries to raise a navy. It's not gonna be any good, though. Brilliant Bruno? Osensiciable. $16,000 is pretty scary, though. That's basically nearly the entirety of his army. $200 Vars killed to slaughter 1,000 of theirs. These guys will join up with this group in Modena. And it looks like the foeman wants to relieve Modena. So we'll stop here first. It's basically all infantry. And the balance is pretty good. Morale could be better. $2,000 of ours to kill 3,000 of theirs. Lost 100 cannon though. So bring everybody this way, then we'll have our regiment step off and replenish in Bologna for a bit. Just one. And then this stack here will take out Rimmon. Cabinet elects member for integration to Tunis. Alright, who should we add then? Does anybody represent the crown? There's the crown prince, but he's absolute shit! Padre Pandolfo Piazza. With his 5 administration, but 97 diplomacy, and 80 martial. There. Just to keep our progress going. Somebody closer to your own age, dear. All these 17-year-olds. They've ran down to Venice. But I don't see them getting boats back up, so... 'There they are. I was like, where's the other boat? 10,000 guys over here. Plus 5 cannon. Mantua wants to retake Mantua. How sad is that? They're really hoping. %, making quick work here. And there comes those assholes again. I see cannon on them, I see cannon, I see horses. This is basically the actual extent of their army. We got some prisoners. 134 troops to be bribed to join 2 Sicilies as mercenaries for a fee of 1,864 bucks. They could follow us around. So, all regulars to join over. We'll take some mailed knights, some men-at-arms. There's not so many of them, though. Do a quick rebalancing. And now let's go slaughter some dudes. Slaughter some dudes and come back around. We're outnumbered. We also don't have an actual commander in that stack. Infantry power up. And the morale is top. They got the bigger army with better morale and better terrain. Very likely to win still. They have more chevrons. They have more morale, really? Okay, let's wait for it to max out. Maxed out morale. But they still have higher maximum morale, I guess. I can't put any more army maintenance than it's already at, so nothing to do about that. Jacques de Ball has phenomenal stats. Slaughtered him! I did lose a lot of cannon, but otherwise I didn't do too badly. We'll get Mantua, then take a small break. Or Modena, I mean. Last year, see a fine harvest and an excellent environment for traders and entrepreneurs. Proving a blessing for our tax base, generating a higher income for our kingdom. 7 stability, 1,000 money, or 5 research progress. My stability's low anyway, I'm gonna take the cash. Now where's my cannon? 0 cannon. We'll sort by total strength. Or should I sort by... Got plenty of falconets there. That's what I'm worried about the most. So we'll just send these ones back on over to Bologna to replenish. And the rest will wait behind here. Still get a +3. Just gotta replenish all these guys slowly. Alright. 19% war score already. War of Sicilian aggression. I can't take this without seizing their castle. Can't take Mantua's remainder without seizing their castle. I could take everything else around Ferrara. I could encircle them. I don't have to take their capital directly. I could take Venice. I could take Padua. Verona. Everything else but them? This is 17 lands so far. I need 23. Don't forget. There's 1, 2, 3 extra in Mantua, and then 4 over here. That'll be 21. (22, 23, 24). So many kids to marry off. South African coast discovered. Cool, would you look at that? We can go all the way up now. Maybe we could straight up well, we could. We actually could connect all the way across. We actually could connect all the way across. I think that would probably be a pretty good idea. To have one African colony that spreads throughout west to east. That sounds like smart business to me. South Atlantic we could still do. Atlantic South area gives a whole lot over here. Up to the Indian Ocean. We could do the Maligo area of Congo. Kalahari area. Goring Hayakona. West Congo's all the way up there. Zimbabwe. Where's Paranayaba? In Kestos. I'm a bit worried, because France also has New World, so they might be going off this way. Indian North Alguhas area. The Mpopo area of Zimbabwe. Zambezi area of Zimbabwe. 47 months. If there's a chance to connect these two across, I should take it. Now, will we even be able to explore from there? $300 cannon are building up to 100. 30 a month. I'm a bit. Oh, there they are. I was gonna say I'm a bit nervous because I don't know where they're going. And they're coming on for the attack. They're already over in this area. Okay, let's drop. Some feudal levies here to remain behind. But we come in to reinforce. They fucking kill my cannons! Instant, just as we got there. If we just got there... There, my cannons are... Well, that's not all my cannons. They're running away. See what I get for trying to reinforce them? Running all the way off. Put them up here in the mountains, not too far away. Building back up to 100 a month again. And this could do a max. It's not being blockaded, so we'll put this guy over here then. Actually, this is light ships, right? Galleys and heavies? Bring you over here. There. There's Pope's fleets going through. And how's favors with Hungary? 25. He keeps on grinding out more favors. I'm gonna keep asking him for money. 3,000 now. Contributed to our state coffers. I can't imagine that he's got a whole lot of money himself now. They're taking 3,000 away from him. Let's also do exploration of the Zimbabwe coast. Yes, you too, I'm still watching. Twenty-five, 26%. Udon. 84 defenders. It'll be pretty easy to take on. Almost got everybody back. Siege of Modena finally successful. We'll go for Mantua next. All of you will go for Mantua next. Silly goobers. Now I'm a little bit split here. Constructions are missing goods. What are we constructing that's missing? Rosogondo. So is that for which one? Construction of exploration is stalled, needs cloth. No cloth, minimal liquor. Okay, so that's not a good place to start it from. This one is stalled because it's missing everything. Which is why I prefer to simply start my explorations from places that are more integrated in. Well, I guess I'm not exploring further out then. At least not yet. Oh, would you look at that? Army of Upper Bavaria has found their muscles. They want to try to split me up, I think. These guys heading to... I think they want to come back around and try to relieve Modena. Well, ain't that cute? But it's wrong. May of 1504. December 1505, one more year and province is finally done. House of Parliament building. That goes to the capital, right? Infrastructure. House of Parliament, 20% crown power. And what's next in the queue? Lazaretto, trade, government reform. And these guys just keep coming back. It's like they want me to devour all their dudes. Rebalance real quick. Gonna have these two together. That'll be plenty of falconets. And the falconets we have here, Lancers doing alright. Falconets are doing alright. And who's this? Prisoners? Men-at-arms prisoners? We'll have them join up down here. $151 defenders, so we still can't siege this one. Or assault it, I mean. %41 war score, though. And we got a breach! Cannons +5, breach +1. They're gonna go down so fast, you'd think they're a cute emo boy. slowly, watching the things tick around. Supply shortage. Ferrara has no army. Potential levies of 659. So I don't gotta worry about anybody now. We're basically done. We've destroyed them. They have done some tweaks to levy replenishment, so you can no longer just keep on constantly forcing guys up over and over and over. "13 months, 15 months, 2 months for these explorations." Another girl come of age. And this has been going on long enough that how is my grandson? Little Andrew oh, look at him. 12 years of age, and he's 81, 71, 67. This is the quality of child that we were supposed to have for how long? Caitlin has a little few babies. Laszlo, Robert, our great-grandson. You know, even if we aren't putting good education to the nobles, we're still getting some pretty damn good what is it? Some pretty good courtiers out of them with fantastic abilities. Just because we have so many nobles. So many nobles means eventually some of them will actually be worth the damn. She doesn't want to marry a noble. The button refused to be clicked. So I could drop somebody onto Ferrara. They've got level 3 armory, level 1 castle. I don't think that'd be an unfair thing to ask. Is that a breach? Nah, no breach yet. "50% war score. We could sue separately with Mantua. 100%. Six locations, but they'll refuse because they would be eliminated then. Has nothing more to lose, the country would disappear. I could allow them to have one rural location, and they'll accept. And we could also... we could execute ruler. Execute their ruler. Karl von Dassel dies. Holy shit. Why can't I get a ruler like him? We lose 15 prestige. No, we could humiliate them for more prestige. Now that's if I separate peace out with Mantua, right? The question becomes, if I separate peace out with somebody, will the war continue? I haven't quite done that, so it's worth experimenting to see, is that how it works? Mantua separately, for all this, they negotiate only for themselves. For Mantua to get out of the war, I'll take all their stuff over here. They could have one livestock area, and we'll call us even. And we'll humiliate them for ending up as nothing more than some cow herders. Alright. So the war still goes on. That's the important thing. Which means this 50% war score can go towards better things. I still need 22 to form Italy. Just 22. So with all this in mind, siege down Verona too. And then another cabinet member would sound pretty nice about now. We got stuff going this way, stuff going that way, stuff coming this way. What if we do? That's fine, keep on the queue. We'll keep the queue as is. So, Ferrara. They still won't let me take everything yet, though. This is 19 locations, and I need 22. 22 locations to form Italy. And they still have no army. Transports a couple of heavies. But for now it has been another couple of hours, so... As much as I want to continue this war to its conclusion, there. The world as we know it, getting progressively wider. I shall be back in a few minutes. Oh. Did it not unmute, or did not mute for the BRB? Well, surprise, surprise, back from the BRB then. Unless I was muted for the previous segment, and unmuted for the BRB. That'd be embarrassing. Well, one could tell what was going on, or perhaps read lips. We're gonna siege down Verona easily, and Ferrara easily, and once we take their capital, we could ask for just about anything in the peace. We got +3 from cannon here, +3 from cannon there. This siege is progressing well enough. Maximum 11, so without cannon this is going to be a permanent just above 1/4 chance for the siege to conclude. Sino discovered. Distinguished midshipman. His stats are garbage, so I'm not going to spend the money on him. More Navy tradition. Oh, I got a few other people here. A Colhuacan and the minor tribe of Tarayona. Province-wise, 1, 2, 3, and raw resources, legumes, some chili, cocoa, some gems, so nothing too sexy and exciting here. So I guess Tsushima can go ahead and spread out this way. Paraguana. There's already a Tsushima colony charter there. Aww, they're spreading for me! Every time I want to put a charter down, they've already got one going. My children, they are pleasing me. They are making me a very proud patriarch. Water shortage, supply shortage. Maybe I should send my caravels here. My 10 caravels across the sea to start building up maritime presence in this area. Quickly losing maritime presence. Colony Havana has it all. How about I build them? Where's the wharfs? What building should I put down? Foreign building display. Well, I want to build a foreign buildings as a thing. I could make them a House of Parliament. A trade office gives trade advantage to me. Maritime presence to me. Trade capacity to owner. Wharf would give harbor capacity, trade capacity of 0.10. Okay, we want them to have more trade capacity. Divert their trade to me. And then export all the junk they have, yeah? Funduk gives trade advantage, trade capacity to owner. Market attraction. Okay, that's a few to start with. %, still. Andrew Margarita, my granddaughter. We'll keep you pinned for later, so that you can get a royal marriage when the time comes. Bertram de Bull. So many kids coming up to marry. Okay, Rimini. We can now do another separate piece for. Right. Or because they're somebody's vassal, we gotta do them at the same time. Rimini. They negotiate for themselves. Okay, so even though they are a vassal of Ferrara, we can ask separate. To get Romagna province, Rimini. And we still have 100% war score, so I could ask for some more stuff. There's not much I can ask them for because it will cease to exist. So we can't even humiliate them. Alright, let's take whatever petty change we can from them. I'm gonna make a little safety save because we've already tried doing a separate piece. But it's still new enough to me that I'm paranoid. Rimini, get land. Get as much money as they can give me. They've accepted my generous peace offer and war is still ongoing. It's nice to get confirmation that it does work the way I expect it to. Long-term policy of encouraging innovation has reaped major benefits, seeking intellectual growth in our nation. 10 years of plus 10% monthly research and 0.2 towards innovative. 0.2 towards innovative. 62. Defender's dessert, defender's dessert. There's so many kids. And by marrying off more kids, there's only going to be more kids. Hey, it's February 1505. That means annexation to finish this year, and then Genoa's going to become my vassal. Verona siege successful. Okay, Padova is within the German control of Treviso. So we'll take Padova and then sit on Treviso for a while. Supply shortage, minus 42. They got 1 breach. Maximum accumulation's 11. To think! Ferrara used to oppose me for so long, and now they are kittens. Estafina. Treviso already starts at minus 28%. Better than a coin flip every single month. Or Ferrara, for their capital itself. Status quo on Treviso. Defender's Dessert I saw over there, still at 57. That's the max it can get. Azo di Trevento, look at that. 76, 100, 100. Prodigy, this kid. How's my inflation right now? 4.86, still looking good. Wait, that was an Andrew Laszlo. Was that my Andrew Laszlo? That was a different Andrew. Ferrara siege successful. There goes her capital now. How the mighty have fallen. Now would you look at that? It's Senato time again. What have we got? Support the state, just give minor stats. Promote integration process. In Reggio di Lombardia, increased by 20. Speed of integration for the next 180 days. Training fields building. Manpower and regiments. There's not too many sexy stuff here. I guess we could speed up the integration process. Autonomy movement towards decentralization, traditional values, opinion, with the Elbe marshes. Okay, let's see if Ferrara will give me everything I want. For Italy, I need 21 more locations. Because we have their capital and most of their country, an 81% war score. Minus 108 to ask for 19 stuff. Would leave recipient too fractured. Okay, what if I ask for your capital then? Now it's 120. Months at war. Current enthusiasm, war score. Okay. That's 20. So I don't think I'm going to be able to get away with enough to make Italy this war. $51. It's not even that much land. They're not letting me get a whole lot. Alright, what if I let them get Ferrara then? And then we'll take a bunch of other stuff around here. Plus 20. Current peace offer has a total peace cost of 102. So it cannot exceed 100. Modena and Ferrara. And if I want Verona too, then it starts exceeding the maximum war score. Well, I can get them to pay war reparations and then humiliate them. Is again over the war score. We don't need war reparations. Hey, Toasty. What's up, baby boy? Hold on, Toasty, let me look at you. You got a little something in your eye, baby. You got a little crusty there. Yeah, that's tea, Toasty. He put his nose into my teacup, sniffed, went... You don't like tea now, Toasty? That's okay, that's my tea. If you don't like it, that's more for me. I haven't seen him make that reaction. Venice is too much, over maximum war score. Total cost is 136. $85. I could take the area around Venice, but that's kind of pointless. How about I take this stuff here then? To limit their access in the Adriatic. Yeah. It's 94. Okay, we'll start with that. That's inching us ever closer to getting enough land to make Italy. And some maximum money that I can get out of them. Our Italy is slowly looking more Italy. "12 more locations, that's it. One more war with Ferrara would do it. Croatia. Sell your land. Sell Brock for 85 bucks. The Naples market's doing pretty damn good in the Adriatic. Probably because we had our boats there forever against the pirates. Alright, war's done though. So let's go ahead and drop all of our boats. Boats and levies. Levies, disband all. Armies, disband all. And I still got my guys up here. We'll march them on back home. Hey, Toasty, what you doing up here? Don't put your poo paws in my water, Toasty. You got your own water. I don't want to be sick. Weird little kitty thinking I want to drink his poop. I'm only making 9.12 right now. Well, I don't need fort maintenance, I don't need army maintenance. Who's over here? Finale. You think Milan wants to join us? They got 88 opinion. Minus 125 to becoming our vassal. Base, their tax base, number of subjects with limited diplomacy, and different primary culture. We got a few allies around. Upper Bavaria, Aquileia, Pavia, Hesse, Savoy, and Lower Bavaria. Little Mantua still exists. Now that we got some more castles on the border here, and Ferrara, and Chioggia. We don't need Modena. We don't need Reggio di Lombardia. Tortona? We're not at war with Pavia right now, but I'll keep it up just in case for later. Rimini is also superfluous. Napoli will keep, because of course. Imola is decently enough inland that you're just one other expense. I think that's alright. A lack of castles throughout the heartland. Starving provinces in Venice. Well, I don't own Venice, so I don't care about that. Unless this little bit here belongs to the Venice province, it does. Toasty, careful with you jumping around. Toasty, did you jumping down knock the light into my Wi-Fi adapter antenna? Because now my bitrate is really sucky right now, Toasty. Look at that. Look at that little thing. It's down to 2,000. It was at 7 earlier. I gotta get myself a better Wi-Fi adapter. These cats actually broke my Wi-Fi adapter. They split it in half. The soldering that connects the antenna to the board broke, and I basically had to Lego it into place. With the casing, fitting the soldering back on like a clamp. You gotta be careful with that, Toasty, but it was Onyx that did it. Onyx didn't want to go across the desk as normal, he wanted to climb over the microphone boom instead of under like he normally does. Which didn't work out, and smacked it up into the Wi-Fi adapter and snapped it right open. Remember that, Toasty? You want some mid-afternoon whisker scritches, Toasty? Is that what this is about? I guess I can give you mid-afternoon toasty whisker scritches. Saw a new message on something, but it wasn't the new message I wanted to see. Are you satisfied with these pets, Toasty? Can I go back to my game? You still have that schmutz in your eye, Toasty. Let me get that for you. It's okay. It's okay. It's not the first schmutz I've gotten out of your eye. It's right over here, Toasty. So when you close your eyes, it covers it all up. It's not dangerous. It's just, you know, nicer to have it out than in. Now that we're more stabilized here. Strengthening government is keeping that cheap. Integrating Tunis. Cracking down on their patriots. I think it's safe enough to move away from cracking down on patriots. Let's integrate province. Toasty, don't put your paw on my tea. He's really curious about my tea. Here, Toasty, just lick it. If you want to taste it, just lick it. You don't need to use your paw. This is cute, I should record it. Because he's putting his nose into it, but he also wants to splash the water. So his paw under the cup is trying to splash it from under the cup. No, Toasty, no paw. No, Toasty, no paw. That's not the cute thing I want to record. Don't put your poo paws on my tea, Toasty. Just lick it, Toasty, like this. Look, look, look. Look like this. Look. Toasty, look. Can you do that? Just put your face and go lick, lick, lick. know how to drink water, Toasty. You've survived a whole year. If you didn't know how to drink water, you wouldn't have. Careful with where your butt goes, Toasty. You got your tailbone right on the keyboard. Look, Toasty, how about this? If you really want to try my tea, I'll pour some out into your dish, okay? Here, Toasty. Toasty. There. That's my tea. Go ahead. So if I know Toasty, he doesn't want to try the tea I put in his dish, he wants the tea in my cup. He's looking at me right now from the door like, why did you get my food wet? Faster integration. Tunis, Reggio di Lombardia. We'll do Ferrara next. And these are my hulks. They'll go back to Napoli. What is this? Devastated locations, Modena. Prosperity minus 7.56. I actually devastated Modena. Well, look, they put a castle on it, alright? What was I supposed to do? I had to take their castle. Over cultural capacity limit. Using 0.00 too much capacity. 0.00. Okay? I'm using 0.00 cultural capacity. Piedmontese aren't accepted. We got a bit of Venetian. I really should absorb these guys, but my assimilation rate is completely garbage. And there's Onyx scratching at the door to be let out now. Any a second. Every time I get this hat on, I gotta get the hat on. And then this guy falling off my shelf. Everybody wants my attention today. Hope's got some juicy lands for me, though. 12 away. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 14 Faenza in the Papal States too. A few lands in Italy that are the exclusive domain of the Pope. Still number 9. Took a big chunk of Ferrara, still number 9. Had legitimacy, gets +7 to my score. 456. These guys are at. Okay, that's ours. Where's an easy way to get their score? Country rank. Dangers. Government types. Where's great power? Great powers in diplomacy. We have a score of 456. 491. 345, you at least beat Hungary. We beat the Golden Horde. We beat Sweden. Morocco we beat. Tunis we beat. Portugal we beat. Castile we beat. We're better than Castile. 592 for the number 3 power. 456. 491. Power projection 2.85. Power projection plus 25. Monthly income 17. Monthly income. Oh. That's the following benefits on top. Power projection for them was 17. They got 17 power projection. We got 25 power projection. 17 monthly income. 30 monthly income, the fuckers. Population by control 109. Population by control 143. Total trade capacity 15. Total trade capacity 12. Stability 2. Subjects 116. 45. They got so much from subjects. You could be more of a great power by simply having a whole lot of nobodies, like Bohemia does. I'm competing against their effluence, their sheer effluence of vassals. Okay, let's take a look about trade though. Trades. I can't import ivory from my own guys. I have my own guys with ivory down here. No, down here. In the Azorogondo market. Hey, we're max on peppers. We're actually max on peppers. So if they want us to export pepper for profit, we already are. Where's an easy how-to? For now, I think total income plus 17, total income, monthly income 30, monthly income 17. So monthly income is one thing, population scaled by control is another thing, 143. 109. Could just push more and more population. Trade capacity 12, trade capacity 15. I could try squeezing out more trade capacity everywhere. I could try pushing out more of my tax. How's my tax looking? Tax rate of 870 is taking me the entire game to catch up with where Bohemia used to be. 1,983. Impossible. They're just impossible. 1,000, 1,600, 500. We're at least out-taxing Spain, out-taxing Castile. We got some roads going up here, to Urbino, to Rimini. We got a paved road here, right? Yeah, paved road going to Spoleto. We got some paved road over there by way of the Pope. Spoleto to Assisi, I see. I spent all of my money on roads, and that won't help proximity as much as it should. We'll be having very low proximity in the east. Well, with these mountains in the middle. So maybe we could build some Bailey's places. The good old reliable Baileys, huh? Down to 2,000. Then I think I'll just put more RGOs for now. I'm just gonna go full on RGO brain. Max out saffron. Get more salts going. Vino somehow remains profitable. Aviello's losing minus laborers. If they're still in need of laborers, then sure. We'll build them elsewhere. Wait, that's... Oh, I put one for Albania! How dare I? Wait. That's fine, it's Havana. Havana could use some help. Max out Valo. Marble. 1.27 for marble. You better be putting out that. Pisa's max. Genoa max. Cosenza still building some up. We'll max them out. Max it out, max it out. And there goes all the money that I got off of Hungary. All to RGOs everywhere. Tunis integration almost done. Lazaretto researched. Disease resistance up. In exchange for medicaments, books, and fibers. One month left for Caracas. Sure. Where are you off to? Not many gold quality guys around anymore, am I right? 13 years of age. Look at how great he is already. If I could find a way to get the inheritance straight to him instead. Maybe I should get the Admiralty government reform. Admiralty regime. Let's see what everyone else on EU5 has to say. EU5 Admiralty regime. Some of the best reforms at the moment. Admiralty regime, big buff to Navy. Creates elective monarchy that selects the best admiral from your fleets to be the next king. Just pick the guys with cracked stats to lead your fleets. You'll have a great king every time. Also very fun roleplay wise. How's it work for PUs? I lost heritage of my 2 PUs as Norway upon selecting this, as union policy was male primogeniture. Agreed for Admiralty being amazing. Didn't understand when some random lowboard became Byzantine Empire, then it hit. The best government reform basically guarantees to have a leader with 90 stats above 90 stats and above, as long as you keep an eye on your fleet. Universal serfdom is great, and serfdom is ahistorically good in game. In this economy, even a king needs a second job. Admiral in the Kingdom of Norway. Oh, their English king is an admiral in Norway. Playing as England like a good Englishman, should my king decide to join the Navy, I think he might have got it confused which Navy he's meant to lead. Norway shenanigans. Admiralty regime in Norway is amazing. We can't arrange a marriage for our king because he's not in our country. Who are you without a crown? An admiral, a mercenary, an order knight? So I could do Admiralty regime and just hop on over to my grandson. Plus 0.2 towards Navy. This would be at 37. Do I do Admiralty regime? Tunis integration is done. So I should hope the Patriots are a little bit happier. Tunisian Patriots. 268,000 Tunisian Patriots is a problem, though. That's why I don't want them to fire at all. I'm all right with the Piedmontese, because they only represent 452 guys. But the Tunisians? Nobody is happy with me. We got a little integration going. Integration good, integration better. Alex de Savoy. I got like a tiny cut on my tongue or something. So I keep pushing it up against my teeth. Caracas discovered. Let's see what we got. Through the strait. Not control, the RGOs. Cocoa, maize, cotton, maize, wildlife, beeswax. Not too many exciting, sexy stuffs. Gallant. Will marry her to Ulysses. It'd be funny, since they just grew up at the same time. And he's got okay stats. "19 more days for the Atlantic Labrador area." Surprise, surprise, I don't expect there to be any actual... I forgot, alright? Hold on. 10:01. I just forgot. I was waiting for an event. I had my eye on the bar, and then I look away for a second, and it fills in without me. I'm allowed mulligans while I'm still learning. I got 10,000 mulligans I've already done. So many ads on this app. They really don't want you actually using the thing, do they? Hiding behind the phone for when the flashbang comes. What have I got here? A share received and a showcase item liked. Very generous. Ah! The one time the phone isn't staring at my face. Didn't have that chew tool. Send a thanks. Punk vampires are nice people. Okay, since this is gonna fail, if we don't give any support to it, no events have popped up, we'll increase opinion of the Bishopric of Mainz. Sure, why not? Just to get my minimum support and then back up to where we were. We have been proclaimed cultural hegemon. Hold on. Does that mean we're finally considered a worthy great power? We are certain that we could stand against the world alone and be the dominant power. We'll surpass Alexander and Genghis Khan. Gained great power status. We have become one of the great powers. The rest of the world shall tremble at the sound of our might, and the glory of the two Sicilies shall soar above the horizons far and wide. What changed? Because all I did was drop some equilibrium stability to make some nobody on the Germanys happy. We're a great power now. Number 7 in the world. So... oh, expected cost of court is so much more expensive though, the fuck? Monthly prestige is very slightly better. Great power score of 452. All that really would have changed. A very slight amount of monthly income. Maybe population scaled by control. Bohemia's number 9. So we basically took their place. How the heck is French Comté number 6 in the world? Holy Roman Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire 250. So that's the difference. The difference was that Kingdom Bohemia was getting a fair bit of pump from that. And I guess French Comté wow, it's not actually Bohemia anymore. $430, $452. Oh, that's amazing. The only difference is that Bohemia is no longer HRE. They get a Giovanna. They have a Lombard Giovanna. These two came of age, marry a noble, sort by age. Ulysses Orsini that just grew up. And this time this passes instead of giving me minus stability because at one time I wasn't paying attention. Integration, Ferrara increased by 20-some. Hey, where's my guy that was here? Crown Princess Pooh. Okay, we'll put a burger in. An Atlantic Labrador discovered. Yeah. Just giving me access to more of these currents. It's still dead red for us. So I want to get some colonies up this way, just for my naval range. Antilles I want to explore, but the only starting points are there and there. Okay, let's do the Antilles. Because I do want that shortcut. Current's coming pretty strong this way. Should I try to hook to the Pacific? I don't know, I haven't even fully exploited my colonies here yet. Bermuda's just one dot, Georgia. I think I should be able to do one exploration from here, just not two. Zimbabwe coast. We just need them to not stall out on materials, please. They don't have tools, they don't have cloth, so they're not going to be able to. They got lumber. Need one, they have 0. Can I make you guys some cloth material? Tool and cloth? Nah. Just cancel it from there. Lower Pinda does have some decent market spread. Yeah, still no cloth, still no tools. Which is a shame I can't choose any other place. So I'm going to be stalled on exploration that way for a little bit. Maybe I could check out Panama. We've been holding off on Panama for a while. And see, this time I get to do it from all the way in Fogo. So I wonder what the determining factor is. Diplomatic move, new diplomats. Or gain 20 opinion from everyone. Give me 20 opinion everyone. Wait, January 1516. Where's my annexation? They don't have their 150 opinion of me. Come on, province, you're dragging this out. Improve relation by 7.2 over time. We'll give you fleet basing rights. How about that? You'll accept fleet basing rights. There. Next month. Next month and done. Province annexed. Integration of the Duchy of Provence has taken a fair bit of time, but now that Marseille is a Sicilian city, it'll reach its full potential to make our nation prosper even more. Disbanded Defensive League, gained a lot more cores, no longer in our union. We don't have much of a union left now. The Sicilian Union is basically just me and Croatia. But now that province has given me a few more Italian lands, can I form Italy? $216. 8 more locations at least. 8 locations will be a lot easier to manage. We got a whole lot of vassals now still. Havana loves us. Tsushima not so much. We did end up with Genoa after all. Bishopric of Sion has a little crown icon on it. We got vassal, is that fiefdom? Yeah, that's a fiefdom. And then colonies. Honestly, I say just let Genoa go. I don't need them. I'd be happy to release them. Cancel vassal status. Throw them to the wolves. It's a hegemon minus 20. Cultural hegemon too, so what does this give us benefits wise? Assimilate area, yes. Force change court language, yes. Assimilate area cabinet action, pop assimilation speed plus 20. Area 2. We got locations for the smallest demarcation of unit on the map. We have provinces for pretty well-sized demarcations of areas. That's about how big a territory might be in Crusader Kings. And then you have areas that are all that. We could assimilate all that at a time. a few provinces to make up an area. Maybe roughly the size of a Crusader King's duchy. The home countries, the west countries. And none of those fall within regions. Italy, Iberia, France, southern Germany, northern Germany. And then further into subcontinents. All this for Western Europe, Eastern Europe. I might have divided Europe a little bit more than that. But hey. North Africa, Middle East. Got Western Africa, Central Africa, Southern Africa, North America, South America. And then continents. Just America north to south. All of Africa. All of Europe, all of Asia. So I guess we're one continent less if we're not counting North and South America as separate. "3D map." Oh, look at how pretty that is. That's actually kind of beautiful. I never realized how wintry it was right now this February. Because I go here, and sure, if I'm zoomed in, I might see some stuff. There's a little bit of white here or there. But it's such a stark difference. There's so much more snowfall than I imagined. Can we make this the default map mode? Just the more like labels and everything on it? There's terrain. But you see how terrain puts a little filter on things. You gotta zoom all the way in to get a decent view of things. Diseases. We got the Great Pestilence in Havana area. But nothing here for ages. Finally made it to great power status. Oh, there, that number there's my great power status. Number 8 in the world. We can intervene, we could enforce peace, we could threaten war. To threaten another country with war. So, Pope, we've been friends for so long. We got so many allies. Aragon, Savoy, Lorraine, Venoy. But we could threaten, couldn't we? Break alliance. We could force them to isolate from allies. How many favors do we have with the Pope? 22 only. We are meant to protect them through our alliance with them. We have no casus belli that we could use to threaten with. Okay, you know, casus belli to threaten war. There's a few more patriots around. Nobility insurgents are also on the rise again. Cleric insurgents. I'm getting a little anxious with all the progress we've been making. Oh yeah, I should sell this stuff off. I don't really need this bit. Let's break off these castles. No point helping them out. And they get all these castles down here that are nice, but I don't really need. Marseille has a coastal fort, a dry dock, and a castle. They've been doing good with their investments. Cuneo I don't need. Castle Y that is. I'll just delete all these for now. France is currently allied to me. They're not going to attack me. If I start to feel that maybe I might need to attack France, then I could turn around and start building castles again. Just 8 more for Italy. 8 more! 8 more! We could do Ferrara again. They hate me. They've only got Mantua and Upper Bavaria as allies. We're isolating them more and more. Pavia has 7 locations. Lower Bavaria, Savoy, and Milan are allies. Milan has a lot of allies. How long do I have before I can go against Ferrara again? We have a truce for the next 7 years. Friendly dog, of course. Friendly dog will help us in Quebec. And how's Albania looking? 125. Improved by 63 with a maximum possible of 220. That'll be the next one to absorb. Marie Frederic. Marry you off to somebody with decent stats. If we got so many boys to go through, we'll at least reward those who are capable. November this year, and a couple years after, then government reforms and cabinet seats. I just finished marrying one of you guys off. Patience! Could you guys just... If you have like 5 birthdays in a week, we'll just celebrate them all on Saturday, okay? We'll take you guys out to Dairy Queen, Pizza Hut, someplace, any place. Just wait for Saturday. We'll celebrate all of you guys at once. We'll make a wedding out of it. There's also some debutantes we somehow haven't met. How did that happen? Widow? No. Phenomenal stats, though. 20 legitimacy to grant cabinet rights. He's 25 years of age. Ah well. But since we apparently have more debutantes than I realized, let's go to society, people, characters, sort by not married, adult, women. And then sort by age, except I can't sort by age. Why would I want to sort by age? It's crazy talk. Andrew Laszlo, 6 years of age, great nephew. Margarita. Oh. I didn't want to marry Margarita off. Oh well. Oh well. I'm just going down the list. Saw the age before the name. Going on autopilot. Makamea Rusha. Embezzler. Oh. $23. Marry you off. $21. Alright, the balance has been restored. Pretty amazing stats on her. 177.84. A prodigy. Didn't even require giving expensive education. My granddaughter became a nun. Well, that simplifies things. Cataline decided to become a nun on her own, so I don't have to change the laws. It's going to go down to Robert. Wait. No, to Carolee. She became a nun. She's got 2 kids, and she's decided to become a nun. She's married. She's a courtier, part of the clergy. Married to somebody else who became a monk. Is she in line of succession because she's joined the clergy? Or has she made it easier for Carolee here to inherit? Purchase military access. Narbonne wants 400. Okay, you can Narbonne around as much as you want. De Savoy. Okay, I mostly went down to see how old my grandson is. He's got glasses! He's so smart, they gave him glasses. 14 years of age. Born in December, so next year. Next year he's going to be a grown man. Tunisian patriot of 11%. Andrew Catalin, granddaughter. The slow one. We don't care what happens with that side of the family. So, enjoy, Catalin. I'm going to need a lot more stability before I can do another war without Casus Belli, though. Marry the two Debo kids together. That's just as Europe does it. So let's see, how do I want to do this? Slave markets? No thank you. Wharf for harbor capacity, trade capacity, protected harbor, naval attrition -5, and harbor capacity +1. Population capacity and food production, local proximity costs and food production. Could put more of those around. I could put one in Tunis for better proximity. And I will. And a few more up in northern Italy. I've already got a market seat. In Market Center. We don't have one in Naples? You're kidding. Or in Genoa? Interpol and Market Center for trade capacity and market attraction. We've already got enough Interpols. Harbor capacity +15. Let's do dry docks. Cannot build dry docks anywhere? We haven't researched. Oh, put it in the list if I haven't researched it. In the capital, prestige and diplomats. Urban parliament seat, fund duct, medical school, training hub. In the market center. We haven't researched the trading hub yet. Galley barracks, sailors and ships, that's it. Okay. All the building I want to make for now. But since we are a great power, we're officially the number 6 power in the world now. If we want to be the naval great power, we need 30 ship, 33 heavy ship. We have 21. If we want diplomacy, We need 16.86 diplomatic reputation. We got 7.58. If I want wealth, need 1,074 monthly income from trade and tax. I've managed 450. Somehow. If you want military hegemon, 23,760 regulars. We got 2,700. They kick ass, thank you very much. We could violate sovereignty. To get military access and food access from it. Soldiers' workforce, construction speed. I wouldn't mind getting military, or the naval hegemon, I mean. Let's build more boats. More heavy boats. Where's my heavy boat fleet? My war galley fleet. There's 11 more. Expected navy size of 85 over 193, building 11 more. So I currently got 21 and building 11. That'll be 34. Naval hegemon, here I come. Lynn, when it became a nun, untag you. With the spread of popular literacy, a great number of cheap minor publications, pamphlets, chapbooks, and similar have begun to circulate in greater numbers. While many of them are just popular ballads, stories, or gossip, some are thinly veiled attempts at criticizing the pillars of our state and the religious establishment. The spread of a particularly immoral and political ballad has led to demands that we limit the press more harshly, and that we take disloyal printers or their products into our care. Forbid it, lose research progress, or lose 10 legitimacy. It's just a piece of paper. I want my research. I'm ahead on research, I don't want to lose it. Nobles could be taxed a slight bit more. Very slight. PR Frederic. Stats are meh. Even arranging for the burgers. A trade advantage plus 20%. And we got 2 more months for the Antilles. Who's that? Grebo? It's getting crowded here on the Guinea coast. How's my colony here doing? We got Kosra away from France. Putting up to Moody next. Maybe I should look more inland. Guinea, Akan area. I'd imagine the Mali Empire is already in Akan. Kong area then? Only 29 months? It's not much, but if I could put a little bit more inland colony here, then this won't be too much of a waste. But I don't expect it to be a waste anyway. Acceptance of all is a road to progress. The petty divisions within our nation have long stunted our development. I know you're using it as like a technical term here, like a fire retardant. But we got other words we could use casually. Since opening up our administration to all talented citizens, we have noticed great achievements in the development of local economies. Chunny Honey gains 0.5 development. I've been neglecting Chunny Honey. Oh, I got 2 excellent girls here. I want to save the better statted one, maybe as a birthday present for my grandson here. This December, he'll become a man. Until he's discovered, which basically means for me we could just sail on this way without having to go around between Cuba, Hispaniola, and then down. Chile. We've already got pearls. It's also across a mountain there. So that's going to be tricky for their control. Gotta think about that. Plus 0 a month. They got no percent. You know, I'm just going to do it myself. Colonial charter coming out of Tunis. They have ambitions, but they got slow ambitions. These guys at least are making, well, some minor progress. Let's help them out then, Colonial Charter. And Colonial Charter. If they have so many Tunisians who could be insurgents, then they could also be colonists. Send nobility, why? You guys are fine, you're at 50%. The Venetians I get. 45,000 Venetians all sneaking on through there? No. $84, $460. Tunisians are a scary lot, $269. Nobility is annoying, 4,000. And then Venetians, 45,000. 45,000. Squeezed into this tiny bit. That's so much of their population between the two of them. Raymond Dibon. There you go. We could name a whole continent after him. Every single time I finish hooking somebody up, there's somebody else afterwards to hook up. What if I make it... No, I would make it an annual thing. If the list of characters I can marry... If the list of characters here could be better organized, not just A to Z, administrative, diplomacy, martial, art. If I could, like, sort them by age, higher to lower or lower to higher, that'd be a no-brainer. Orange? Oh my goodness, it's Schubert. Oh. Screenshot get. Discord of Schubert. General discussion. Hedvig, anybody free to marry right now? Anthony de Orange. Can't believe Schubert got married. Obermoser, Quebec. Andrew Robert, our great nephew, has mediocre stats. We'll marry you too. Margarita Bori, she's got amazing stats, but not as amazing as Adelasia Savelli. Sure, I'll vote for the clergy being happier. How many cardinals do I have now? There's 10 curia and 18 cardinals. We have 7 cardinals in the curia of the two Sicilies. 7 cardinals. It's almost what I say go. Duchy of Provence has 0. Because the Duchy of Provence no longer exists. They're a part of me. They're no match for us, because they got 0 location, 0 army. They somehow still have tax. They like me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 11. I need 4 to be equal to everybody else. And 5 to become the what I say goes of the Catholic Church. I could become the Catholic Church with just 5 more seats. The Papal States has 2. So the bits in here that I might want to give away don't have any cardinal seats, they don't matter. Dauphine has 1. Narbonne is a vassal of France. Aragon, do we have any hostilities for you? There's no Casaspelli War. And that's all we got. Hey, Chillin' Chum. You just gotta make the Papal States a vassal? Sadly, vassaldom doesn't give as much access this time. That would be the Pope's vassal, or the Pope's cardinals, not mine. But I do have my eyes on the Pope, though. They have some papal states polka dotted throughout Italy. So, I'm just waiting for an opportunity. Is your Discord still hacked, Chillin' Chum? Or were you able to get the access you wanted? Become the papal states. That's also an option. Like, actually is. I could become a republic if my burghers had more power, and if we had maximum plutocracy. I could also become a theocracy if I maximize my spiritualist and gave more power to the clergy. Government power is devotion in this case. They got their own succession laws, bishopric elective, theocratic, grand master, abbot, abbess, papal, admiral, general staff, matrilineal not exclusive. Discord account still not in your hands. Does that mean then, Chillin' Chum, that the Chillin' Chum that I am friends with on Discord is not you? Man. Now I'm gonna get updates on video game randomizers and spicy dojins. Eight more to form Italy. 8 more is all I'm missing. Quebec will be explored within the year. Don't infringe or anything, you still have a plan, okay. You've currently been set to BRB, or to Do Not Disturb, for the past few days. And you're still in 1 mutual friend, MP, 2 mutual servers, Cavia, an MP83 server. So at the very least, if the account isn't in your hands, at least it hasn't been very active in either trying to behave as you, or trying to scam around as far as I could see. August. Almost time for my golden grandchild to be born. Giacomo Rossini will marry you to... Ooh. 99, 84, 96 compared to 81, 79, 97. We got some good women being raised up and educated this generation. Francis de Boll will set you up with Maria. Again, if you guys could have your birthday parties all at the same time, alright? Andrew Maria, great niece. It has been about 6 hours. I've been getting excited with my grandson about to be graduated to full man. So I'm going to take this moment to grab a BRB because I should feed the cats right now. So, we're almost around Africa, but unfortunately, if I want to explore out here, the explorations only seem to launch from my colony, which doesn't have much of the way of cloth or liquor. So we'll see what I can do with that after I get the cats fed. Alright, folks, shall we head on back into it? 1 month left for all my early carracks. 1 month left only. And that'll put me 21 heavy ships with 11 in queue that will finish this month. Well, next month. 34 ships. When I need to be a great power with... Oh, Great Wool has bumped the standard up. 40 heavy ships. To reclaim naval... I would say reclaim, to become the naval hegemon. Minus 10% naval damage taken, force embargo allowed, maritime support. Cabinet action. Local maritime presence plus 0.2 and harbor capacity of 0.1. The naval damage taken is alright. But mostly I just want to collect it like Pokemon. We somehow got cultural hegemon after all. Because of our phenomenal cultural influence. Bohemia sit on the list. This means more boats. I need 40, right? And we got 34. If we count those in queue. No, 32. So, I just need 8. And 9 for good measure. And 10 to be extra sure. Great niece, and we'll see. Romania almost integrated. Tunisian Patriots is still at 0.3 a month, even with the integration here. It turns out we just don't get along all that well. Venetian Patriots and Tunisian Patriots are going to be worried about the most right now. Venetian Patriots. 46,000 pop supporting. I'll have to slaughter 46,000 Venetians. But for the Tunisian Patriots, 265,000. Maybe my ambitions for a kumbaya multicultural realm is a few centuries too early for Europe. Why is he cleric? Why does it have him as a cleric faction? Because your father's a bishop. Your father, he's currently my heir though. YouTube, continue. Why you bishop, Banjulahos? That is weird. So I don't think she's actually become a nun, it's just that somehow, somehow, They're falling under the clergy faction, and that's why they dress up that way. Courtier and third cousin? That's odd. Why are you bishop? Why are you bishop, and thus your children all dressing up as monks and nuns? That's very bizarre. Does not belong to the clergy estate. Why is he clergy estate? This is the... I don't get it. How do these even... How do they... How? Why? EU5. Heir is clergy. My monarch is a member of the clergy ? Successions and regencies are wrong. EU5. Form Prussia with the Teutonic Order, and I am stuck with a member of the clergy as king. He cannot get married because of this, and my heir is also another monk. Is there anything I can do to get out of this, or if I somehow sequence broke the game because I was cheating my economy and military, which allowed me to form Prussia very early? Now, I don't have his problem. But I also do not understand how this guy is a bishop. It says bishop, except he isn't. Consort Andrew Robert in Napoli is definitely of the noble disposition. It's because of Sion. Bishopric of Sion is a problem. I was a vassal of Provence. Let me remove Sion from us. You know that I was already thinking in my head, alright, how do I save edit this to remove the clergy faction for my children, for my grandchildren? Why is my son considered a bishop when he has no land? It's because Sion, our fiefdom, is a religious title, and so if we hold it, we hold a religious title along with our secular ones. And evidently, it means that not all my kids, they become nobles if they're far enough, or crown if they're immediate. But my heir allegedly becomes a bishop so that he could inherit Sion. And if he's a bishop, then all of his kids are clergy. Cancel fiefdom status. There. Now that Sion is no longer ours, they are wholly separate. They could be their own people. Bishop Angiolazos. Okay. Whatever. Seriously? It still puts my son as a bishop thereof. But at least he's not anymore. He's just a courtier. This is so fucking scuffed, man. Crown Bishop of Sion. So that appears to be really stupid. Let's go back to October. While this loads. Cute emo boy hasn't replied yet, talking about our cats. Discord. Macaw's gone live. Star Wars Jedi Power Battles. Huh. Okay. This is gonna be all kinds of stupid. So the trouble here... Oh, I gotta rebuild all of my fucking boats. I want to properly get rid of Sion. I don't want my son to inherit. I want to make somebody else Bishop of Sion. It's also the Holy Roman Empire. Prince Bishopric Government Reform. And I can't get rid of that. And I can't just give it a... Hungary? Are we at war with Hungary? At war with nobody? What if I get involved in a war with... in a war with somebody, and then I give Sion away as a part of the peace? Sion's majorly a poison pill. I just need Hungary or France or whoever else I'm aligned to invite me into a war. Colonial charter. Okay, seems he's quite busy in Africa. Africa? Nobody's made it over to the Americas yet but me. Oh, had he gone to Brazil? Maybe Portugal has actually made landfall in the Americas too. England has a colonial charter. Guinean coast. Iceland's got none. Norway's got none. Sweden's got none. Toasty? Toasty, could you move? I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of this poison pill, Toasty. Otherwise, I will have to save edit. I don't think I should be allowed to inherit Prince Bishoprics if I'm not myself a bishop, a theological nation. So, France isn't at war with anybody. Creating Casus Belli on Mali, they want to be very aggressive in their interactions in Africa. Nobody's at war. I need a good war to join. Egyptian Jalayid War. We could join up with them. Join up with them. Because I'll agree to an alliance. Is it their war? It is their war. Egypt against Jalayirids. No. Ottomans is on Jalayirid's side, so I wouldn't be able to join them. Enforce peace with the threat that we will join their enemies. I could do that. Enforce peace with the threat we'll join their enemies. And then we'll join their enemies, and then we'll wait a year. And then we'll be like, oh no, we suck so bad. Do you want to take Sion from us? We'll give you Sion. And we'll put a little bit of Egypt up here. Yeah? Who else has a war? Serbia? Golden Trapuzantine War? Against the Golden Horde? You could put the Golden Horde up here. Who's got a war that I wouldn't mind tossing Sion to? Württemberg Austrian War. Okay, diplomacy map mode doesn't say who's at war, just says who likes or dislikes. War. Just tells me who is at war with who. Doesn't show me what current wars are ongoing. There's that. Could just click around till I find somebody. 74%. We got any war that isn't currently set to resolve itself? Morocco-Canam War. I could give it to Morocco. Would Morocco like some territory in the Alps? They're at 70% though. They're winning, it seems. So if you enforce peace on them... and then we join the losing side. And then I could say, aw shucks, I did a naughty. Would you like a little bit of Sion? Get the fuck over here. I'm trying to negotiate a truce here, offer tribute. And that'll be Sion gone. Minus 558. We negotiate only for ourselves. They want something else, my innocence. Minus. They would end up with too much antagonism. Sion just goes around there. So that would give them all of it. $118 positives, 676 negatives. So what else do they want? They don't care about that. So it actually makes the offer worse. It actively makes the offer worse to offer it to them. There, that's 10. I could actually fight this war, march my armies up there. Kick their ass, and once I've kicked their ass a bit more, then they'll be like, please get out of here, you're gonna give me land? Holy shit, alright. Oh yeah, I had these guys split up. I think my cannon and cavalry alone should be enough. Is this a suitable course of action? We march on over. We can march on over. Must you do that every single time? They just had to shave him. Our expansion into the land of Hikayugua has not gotten noticed by the people of the Kingdom of France, who are also expanding their holdings in Monzoro, quickly becoming a competitor for the best land and harbors at the coastline of America. Well, too fucking late for them, they got nothing here. If nothing is done, the situation will inevitably lead to conflict between our countries as both strive to get the best trade routes and resources. Instead, we can hold a meeting where diplomats and statesmen can conceive a solution that divides the new lands fairly and pleases both parties. A Treaty of Tortadilla situation, huh? Signed on the 7th of June, 1494, in the Castilian town of Tortesilla, where the diplomats of Isabella of Castile, Ferdinand II of Aragon, King John of Portugal, the court divided new lands, discovered the New World and waters of the Atlantic Ocean, with an imaginary 730 miles west of Cape Verde, to avoid a conflict between both factions. Treated to find territories west of the line as rightfully belonging to Castile, and the lands east to Portugal, disregarding any native peoples already living on it. An American settlement, Paranguana. Treaty of Location becomes active. We gain centralization. If we do it in Napoli, go to their capital. We gain outward. Villa di Chiesa, nobilities be happier. Become more decentralized. A little town in Tunis that we own. No, Tunis Market. Over in Sardinia. Spend a whole lot of money, we can get more decentralization this way. We do want more outward all in all. More power projection, diplomatic capacity, monthly colonial migration. We'll do Napoli in our capital. Treaty was signed in Napoli. Okay, let's see. And requirements? When the treaty's relevance drops to 0 during its second phase. Origin of the line is here, huh? We don't have much in the way of prestige, though. Does it have to be based on prestige? Because prestige is such a hard thing. So, everything to the west is mine, huh? And then everything east here is France's? Magellana Monzoro. Okay. We could exchange sides. If we claim an area for 10 prestige. Just area, though. Fine, we'll add this area to our claim, because we've already got colony going over here. And that way we could expand west to east. Now, I can only claim areas that I have explored. But that's fine, because I just want to see if I can do this to lose this shitty little piece of, whatever this nowhere town is. Sion? To somehow lose Sion? Why are we all standing together? Where's their actual fight? I can't actually march onto him? Oh, because it's winter right now. Nobility ally with foreign power, they'll pay for their treachery. I can spend a whole buttload of money for a minor event. France have greedily expanded their colonial claims. Well... what if I just save edit to make Sion not mine? We'll make it literally any other bishops. I could probably use a save editor to change who it's a vassal of. I can do that. What if I just give it to Bohemia? Bohemia loves getting random shit everywhere, right? I'm being petty enough right now that I actually care to save edit over this. So let's see. The good old Paradox Unlimiter. Import saves. Some issues with save games listed below. Autosave invalid header. Okay. What if I do a manual save here first? So make your old classic fuckery save. Yeah? Okay, import again. Submission saving is below, yada 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 yada. $1507. No 1507 saves? Need the update first? Sucks that. Maybe I won't save edit then. We don't have to trigger the treaty of bullshit right now. It's just a random chance if it does or does not. If I had an impossible amount of prestige, I could just abdicate to my son. And then he inherits right away. The ownership of Sion has never been an issue before. Only now it is, because only now has it actually turned my children into monks. We may only annex a nation which has been our subject for at least 10 years, not possible until February 1st, 1506. Province is really a poison pill. Sion is one of Province's vassals. Where's my last save? Do I have a save from before Province got absorbed? 1507, 1507, 1506. It shouldn't make me a bishop if I'm not a bishop. There's no reason. I mean, that's kind of an incompatibility for the kind of government type it is, right? If I gotta redo an entire year, I'm gonna be all too happy to do it. After losing enough kids to hunting accidents, look, I want one that's actually capable. Province is already absorbed then. So I'd have to go all the way back down to 1505. To avoid fully annexing Province. I could also just try... It'll take a bit to try to annex it. I have to make him happy, I gotta wait 9 more years. It's a whole lot of bullshit, though. It's complete another bullshit. I mean, look at this right now, right? Right now, Sion is a fiefdom of Province. The fact that they made this a fiefdom in the first place is complete bullshit. EU5, inheriting bishop. EU4, bishopric, succession, yada yada yada. AI overview, get away from there, man. I've been disabling you 5 different ways. $11 years ago, bullshit. EU5 bishoprics, 1 month ago. That's somebody who wants to play as a bishop. Succession law guide, yada yada yada. Only bishop who can't inherit a title as a pope. If, for example, one of your sons gets less of a pope, no one will be listed as an heir. Crusader Kings, that's garbage, I don't want that. What I gotta do is simply set Sion to be somebody else's fucking vassal, or just set them for independent, or something. I am quite willing to do some bullshittery for this, since as much as Johan and Co at Tinto like to be all, well, it doesn't make sense if you're a centralized realm to do this, this, and that. We gotta make things make sense, right? We gotta make things make sense for the historiosity, and so there's no way for France and Spain to become colonial powers unless they're completely decentralized. So as long as you're doing the making sense conversation, it makes no sense for my secular ruler to inherit as a bishop elsewhere and have all of her grandchildren become monks and nuns of the clergy faction. There should either be some mechanism where if there's some incompatible inheritance with a fiefdom, then the relationship breaks down, or you change the relationship status to something else. Kind of like with the personal union. With the personal union, if the inheritance styles are incompatible, then they divorce. If a fiefdom has an incompatible succession style, say a monarch that is overlording over a prince bishopric, then just cut it loose, man. We could make it a vassal at 150 opinion, apparently. Now, right now it's only giving X must be of opinion must be 150, currently 47. Would it actually let me change it? Because if it would just let me change it from fiefdom to vassal, then that would be the easiest thing. Should we try it that way? My fucking son is still gonna, or grandson's gonna be in the clergy of all things still. And I don't think there's any way to undo that. Quit fucking zooming in, you don't have to do that. I got the map where I want it, you jerks. Back up to maximum zoom. Fucking pathetic, they have him as a cleric because of this little bullshit oversight. And it's gonna take ages to improve opinion there anyway. And then we got this nonsense. We'll meet in Napoli. We'll go ahead and settle the treaty. Because claims currently help me out, the Americas being mine and Africa being theirs. And I've already got some ivory spots Prevent annexation on Bohemia. Now it does have us a slightly weaker, right? So what if I were to say, do war on Bohemia now, for prevent annexation, declare war, settle war, and then, oh shit man, I'm so sorry, how about I give you all of Sion? Minus 1,000 right off the bat. Why? They would end up with too much antagonism. So I can't give it away in war. Giving it away in war would make them very unhappy. What's the word music go? YouTube? Quit being an idiot, YouTube. There you go. Reduce trade for 2 years. Or lose burger satisfaction. Sucks to be them. It is gonna take so long for that to get to 150. If there are ways to raise it faster, I would. If I sent them an obscene amount of money, it would only raise their opinion of us by 20. Support loyalists. Doesn't give them any happiness. Support military. Doesn't give them any happiness. I'm just gonna match like this because kids are gonna keep on graduating. So bad times in Panama. Romania finish integrating. We're up to 8 now. This is gonna take too long. I'm just gonna save it a bit. Anywho, the wind's totally out of my sails. I'm just gonna call it here. We'll see what I do. Maybe we'll just see about raising opinion and then changing their status. Who even knows that's even going to work? It could be that on paper it allows it, but then there's gonna be some nonsense thing like you can't make it a vassal, it's got this thing, so you can't do it. Or you can't change its status if you're the overlord, or you know, some nonsense thing like that. So I guess I'll do my homework. And then we'll see if it's even possible to release my children from the bounds of clergydom. Maybe I'll experiment around with things, see what happens if I just raise Sion's opinion to 150 on a save branch, and then see if the option is there, and if it is, and if I use it, if that fixes everything up, and my kids cease being clergy when they're very clearly not. Some of them are married, have kids, they're fucking. It's what you get playing a game, a Paradox game that just released last month. This month. Within 1 month. And if I have to cheat it, you fucking know I'm going to. I'll happily cheat it to accommodate some oversight in the game code. That's why they're pushing out beta patches and hot fixes, because they messed up in a few places. And so I get to make my own fixes if I get to. Let's go read Macaw. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow, hopefully, with this little thing fixed up and happier times ahead. Now you may stop YouTube. It's bad enough Paradox's own game is allergic to music.
Tomorrow 走ろう新しく Tomorrow 輝こう強く